2. Try it again. Check 1 2. Come on. An update. Tuesday update. I think this is like every Tuesday. Hey, good morning out there. How y'all doing? Sorry for the late start I'm having. I think there's update, like Tuesday updates maybe pushed across the world. So I'm having to one by one reset everything here in the office. No issues yesterday, but today I've heard that it's on Tuesdays. TwitchCon. No more TwitchCon. Well, maybe I'll do TwitchCon this year. I should. Maybe I should offer to bring someone with me. Like run a contest and bring somebody to TwitchCon with me. Bring some old fuck with me to TwitchCon. All expenses paid by old fucking man Jim James. All right. How are y'all doing? Good morning. Good to see you all. Well, we have a ton to go over, right? I think I've got everything online now. On Friday, I left you on Friday. On Thursday, so we were doing quarterly OPEX, right? And on Thursday, some of you know this, some of you may not, but I've been leaving the show and working at a First Robotics Center with my youngest daughter until 10:30 at night. My youngest daughter has a new teacher who wanted to start a First Robotics team. This is like STEM stuff, right? 20 kids signed up. Within a week, I think there were 3 or 4 kids left. Within a few more days later than that, 2 kids left. And then truthfully, it was mostly my daughter that was left. Her partner can only be there for events. And I mean like show up and then leave. So my daughter spent 2 weeks building a robot from scratch. Now these teams take a year to build robots for 2 weeks of competition every year. So my daughter was going to school all day, then building a robot all night long, and then the weekends were spent with building said robot. So my wife and I have been on the grind, for lack of a better word to describe it. And that led up into this first weekend of First Robotics. We have one more weekend left and then a whole year to get ready again. Now, you also think about this. My youngest daughter is in 6th grade. Every team there was high school kids, and these are smart kids. They're from good schools. These are the smartest kids of every school. And so this weekend, like Thursday, I was there until midnight. Did the show with you on Friday for OPEX. And of course, that's stressful in and of itself. And then I was up Saturday morning at 4 or 5 in the morning to leave at 6 to be there for 8. We had to go get food and all this other crap, and I was there until 8, 9 at night. That's I don't know what day that is. That's like a 14 or 16-hour day. Same thing on Sunday. And then spent yesterday trying to get things ready for you and things ready for me. I have to cut my hair and do my laundry and all the normal stuff that you guys have to do. And then my wife went yesterday until 11 at night or something like that. I couldn't do it. I was like, I got to do the show this week and keep everybody up to speed. But I have to go back next weekend and do it one more weekend. So like Thursday, Friday, same thing, Saturday, Sunday. So I'm kind of burning the midnight oil here, and it's quarter end. So, quarter end is a lot of stuff, right? I have to look at my portfolio. I have to add and take away from my portfolio. You guys have to do all that stuff too. We also have tax season here. So it's bookkeeping, accountants. I'm sure a lot of you, I would think, are in the same boat as me, where it's just like bam, 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 bam. And especially like someone was asking me like, what was your week like this week at this robotics thing? And I'm like, it's quarter end. It's crazy. It's research and this and that and all these things, and don't make any mistakes, and then taking care of family along the way as well. It just never seems to end. Or I think that the quarter end is like this big, big thing for me. So it's very stressful. I used to take a week or two off at quarter ends. Years ago, I would take, before we started doing this regularly, I would take a week or two off. Like, you're talking about like ending trades, placing trades, and the stress of a quarter. And I would place my trades at the end of the quarter, right? And then disappear for 2-3 weeks and take a vacation. That's how stressful it is. This year, last year, not really a choice in doing that. So this will be year 2 where I haven't taken de-stressing of quarter end. A lot of people do that, and I haven't been able to do it at all. And it's been eating me alive. So what I figure for this morning is not a lot has changed in the market since I last left you with the weekend brief. What's fascinating about the weekend brief too is, or in the expectations leading into Friday, Monday, over the weekend, then Monday, Tuesday, which is we're at the bottom. We're going to squeeze higher. And then there's questions of, will we be trapped in? One fascinating chart I want to show you, if I can here, is, let me see if I can, a fascinating chart, if I can show you this. Give me one quick second. And this is on Webull, and I find this quite fascinating here. See if I can show you this here. If I can draw this in for you. There really isn't. I was asked yesterday, hey Cap, what should we do? And let's take a look at this really quick if we can. I move this over here. Let's start with a basic traditional charting chart. This is basic charting, right? Charting 101. Being asked, like, what do you do here, Cap? And there's not much to do, is there? You're buying dips on the lows, right? Buying dips. And then, of course, we run into yesterday. And the question yesterday becomes, are you a buyer? So if you look back here, if you're buying chasing FOMO, you get blasted down, right? Buying chasing FOMO, you get blasted down. If you stay in for the FOMO, this is a good one to look at here. If you stay in for the FOMO, there's risk, right? You can see in this example, you get blasted down, squeeze higher, but still blasted down. This is a good example here of, this is a great example of putting risk on. It's a great example of putting risk on when everyone else is fearful. And then the risks as you go towards a high, whether you get caught here, just above, or just below, it doesn't matter. These bulls that are buying fear, they're selling into you before they ever get there. They're selling into the FOMO up here. And you can see the FOMO got caught here, right? Just below that trend. And now what happened yesterday is we're grinding up into FOMO again, right? We're grinding up here. You can just see it right here. Grinding up into FOMO, sent back down, right? Back up here, sent back down. Same thing. And what this is specifically here is looking for acceptance where you can't get something done in cash markets. Listen to me closely on this. If you can't push price where you want it, you attempt to do it up or down. Doesn't matter if it's down or up. You'll attempt to push price down or up when you can't get it done in cash market. And what you're doing is testing for acceptance. Will this be bought? Will we break out and up and to the right, right? Another notion here would be a 3-bar trade. Do we have one? A 3-bar trade here. And let me show you what that can look like. Let me go to a day here. So if you have a 3-bar trade, these aren't 3-bar trades, by the way, but this one right here is, or could be the start of a 3-bar trade. The expectation of a 3-bar trade. Now, this is a gap that's been left behind. Everyone wants that gap filled so we can go higher. You may or may not be allowed to do that. You might get one more buy-in opportunity here today. But normally you get your first bar. If this is the bar, if that's the bar, you would take maybe one more 20% down here, fill this thing in. But your next bar, this one here, would be the breakout. Okay, if we get the breakout, that would be the breakout right there. And it would be explosive, like it would be like Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere in there. This like consolidation kind of a thing. 1, 2, and then an explosive move up 3. Some of you are going to disagree. Some of you are going to say, well, no cap, this is the actual bar here. Even with the gap that we left behind, the bar actually extends down here. We'll take this all day long today, right? And then we'll do this last one right here, and that's where you get your explosive bar. You'd have a wick down here and a wick down here, something like that. That's possible too. 3-bar trade for the week, upside move. Now we do have some risk today, and that would be we have one more day of inflows, I think. Let's take a look at that really quick and see how much we got for inflows. So we've got just a quick second here. Let's take a look at this one. You guys have this on your oh, nope, wait a minute here. What did I do wrong? I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. So this is the 22nd, 23rd, right? 24th, 25th, and here's the 26th. This is a big move here. 25th to the 26th. Giant move to the upside. Let me kind of trail off in here. Normally this relates to a more flattening sideways trade at some points, and then April can be there's arguments on this that April can be weak into the middle of the month with a low found around the middle of the month on single stocks and a low found on the 31st for ETFs. But there's another argument that the low is put in middle of the month March, and that we crank into May 4th. If I have that right, seasonally at least. We crank into about May 4th. So I guess it's more of a pick your poison for flows. Now, this is an SPX flow of funds. If you can see this right here, SPX flow of funds. And what bulls are trying to do is to trigger other flows. So you've got flows like pensions, 401ks. These are groups that have to buy. They don't have a choice. Every month, money has to be put into the stock market. And we're trying to trigger, let me get rid of this, other flows. These are flows that are by choice. And this is SPX Gamma right here. We're going to chat about this next because of those flows. Give me one quick second here. Give me one quick second. We're going to chat about flows into the marketplace. So let's take a look at this. Oh, wait a minute. We're rotating right now. We don't want to be rotating. I'm going to turn that off. Does that turn all these off? Yeah, cool. That turns all these off. We're going to look at Gamma because Gamma can trigger other flows, not these institutional flows, but flows that are more like, uh-oh, did I do something wrong here? Hold on, I might have messed this up. Hold on here. Just fix all this really quick. Okay, so we've got the Gamma flip that's right here. It's at 50. Just make sure I got this right here. Let me go to net Gamma really quick. Make sure I got this right. 58.20. That's about it, right about there. We're kind of filling out now to the upside. The target is 58.50. Give me a second. Let me see if I can get some of that. Let's check this for a minute here. $5,800. We got like a 58.50 and 6,000. 5,900. 59.50. So hang tight here. 58.50. Let's bring this down. Make this yellow. Yeah, we kind of want to be above 57.50, excuse me. 57.40, 57.35. And this is SPX Gamma. Real support is below. It's down here at 5,700. This is where the gap is from the initial squeeze up. This is why I prefer to be a buyer lower in this situation. When we come up into the daily trigger and the weekly trigger, I want you to see this is momentum. This is negative momentum up here. The daily trigger, weekly trigger are negative right now. Do you see how those bars are coming down? Now, there's a better chance of us breaking above this negative momentum because we're on an upturn right now. And I'll show you this here in a minute. But it might need help. So let me explain this to you. You've got negative momentum in the form of weekly MOMO, and then we've got daily MOMO. Now, this is coming down on price, but it's weak. Price can break through it, but it likely needs help. Likely needs help. And the 1 in 5 minute trigger is probably not enough momentum to break through negative daily and weekly momentum. But guess what is? Half an hour momentum, hourly momentum is strong enough, and it is coming higher. See how you've got the half hour trigger? You also have the hourly trigger moving up, but there is a problem, or not a problem, but a fly in the ointment. If you expend all of your half an hour and hourly momentum to get up here, right? One of two things can happen. You can like see the initial break and then a pullback on topping of hourly momentum, then you break through, or we squeeze and come back down once hourly and half an hour momentum are turning negative, and we just blast through it really quick, come back higher. What does that show over here? Shows a lot of danger, doesn't it? Shows a lot of danger for price, doesn't it? Shows volatility too, doesn't it? Shows a lot of volatility. Shows a lot of hey, I'm long and I'm getting trapped and caught and all of that sort of stuff. So what I would always recommend is buying checkbacks on the half an hour trigger, the hourly trigger, on improving momentum on a 30-minute basis. We already know that on a daily basis we're good, but let's look at this on a 30-minute basis, right? So you've got the gamma flip up here. We've got SPX gamma there. We've got known support. I want to show you this really quick. Hold on here. Put that over there. Right? And what are we being put into right now? This is what I talked to you about last week on do we get trapped in until we get a Trump decision, right? If you read your brief closely. Not what I drew on Friday's end of stream, but if you read the brief for the weekend, the question was, do we get pushed up into this zone? And then we're trading in here until what? Until we get what? Say it to me in the chat if you can. We wait for what? The Trump decision, right? Liberation Day, April Fool's Day to either break out into the right, or we start pricing in Trump bullshit, right? And so you've got yesterday, you've got this. Look at how small and infantilely small this is. You've got people that want to trade this, and they're not aware that they're being trapped in the middle. You're in the middle. You're literally right now in the middle. You're in the middle. Anyone in Theta Gang knows this. Anyone that has time in market knows this. Anyone that's smarter than you, if you're Crayon Gang, knows this. You are stuck in the middle. Now, can there be some more upside here? Sure. Can there be some more downside here? Sure. But you are literally in the middle right now of gamma. You've got negative gamma coming down, and you've got support lower. So I still prefer personally to be a buyer of the dip. Be down here buying this dip to trade this zone until we get a breakout. Even if we were to squeeze up here today, I still like the back test with a new high to go higher. Unless you are a buyer of the dip down here in fear. in fear. And we all know that there were not many buyers down here. We all know. A matter of fact, I watched a guy write I was in a room last week. I told you this on Friday. There was a guy in a room that was bragging. I've been short from the top, bro. And we're probably due for a bounce, but I'm going to stay short. Liar. And he didn't buy the dip either. It's more lying, right? Lying about buying dips, lying about the topping back in mid-February. It's just all bullshit. You guys can't listen to that stuff. You guys got to make your own decisions. You guys have to take on your own risk. So if you're long down here like I am, we're good. Right? I don't give a fuck if I don't care if we bounce around in here or not. I don't care if we break up, right? I don't care if we actually break down. As long as we stay in here, I'm good to go. And a whole bunch of you are good to go too. And there's likely Theta Gang trying to swoop in and pin you in here until we get the Liberation Day decision. Now, some of you are going to say, no, Cappy, we're going to squeeze up today in that 3-bar bull trade, right? We're going to start to squeeze like that, Rampo-Rama, and come back down for the decision, right? I don't care about that, Cap. I just want that move. I get that. I understand it. If you want to jump on that with your FOMO and shit and trade that, I'm down with it. I get it. And then we come back down in here for the decision. I'm fine with that too. For me, as trading this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, I'd really like to see that squeeze too and a new high. Or not even the new high. I just want to see the squeeze above. And even if we fade into the second, start to see that new high. If I see that new high, I know that I can get aggressive to the upside. But I do want you to realize that there is a massive, and I spoke about this with you in briefs last week, that there's a massive trap being set here for bulls. They're going to rope-a-dope you in, and there's dealers, too, that want you to buy calls and then murder your ass. And we need a reason to go higher, too. We need a reason to go higher. Let me show you a few things here. Some real danger going on. This is TNX. This is the 10-year yield. And I want to show you that we're at 4.30 right now on yields, right? We've got the daily trigger swooping higher on yields. And I want to show you, this is yields rising over here, right? As we started to rise in yields. No pretty, right? No pretty. And furthermore, I got two better for you. This is the 6-month yield right here. This is short-term inflation yield. So we have potential Trump tariffs, reciprocal tariffs, and whatever. It's parked right now. It's been parked here. It's been parked here. Let's take a look. Right here. Been parked here with like a resting bitch face. We need these yields to drop. We need these short-term yields to blast down to send bond money, short-term bond money, into the stock market. Let me give you an example here. You can ladder CDs, right, for 4%. You know what laddering CDs means? It means that you get a CD that expires in every 3 months and every 6 months. So if I load up on a 3-month CD, every 3 months I get 4%. What's 3 times 4? What's 3 times 4? If I load up on a 6-month, that's 2 times 4.23. Here's the 3-month. Here's 3-month yield sitting right here. Look at this one. This bad boy. That's a 3-month yield. So we need that money. We need this to blast down. And that would send money to what? Chasing yield, right? So that all that fresh money would come into the stock market needing to chase yield. And this is a question mark right now, isn't it? You can see the 3-month is a question mark. We start rammering 3-month yields, 6-month yields. We could have a problem, couldn't we? So the market's kind of in this like wait and see for April 2nd liberation reciprocal tariff day. I know. Eat and paste. Crayon gang. So, and let me show you something here. You want this right here. You want that move. What you do not want is this fucking move right here, do you? If you know what this move is right here, this is March of 2022. This is when the Fed said we're going to fucking attack inflation. And this was when money ran from the market. Money literally exited the market and chased short-term yields in 2022. You don't want another repeat of that, do you? Even if it's temporary. But if you start pricing in Trump yields, right? We do something like that right there. Big giant fucking sucking sound out of the stock market, at least let's call it April, late April at minimum. And if this thing cranks into the year end, we're fucked, right? You can see this is 2027, right? We don't want to see any of that shit. We want to see Trump, give some kind of a Trump put. Now, we've got a little bit of a Trump put coming out, or this past weekend we got a little bit of a Powell put in the form of QT, slowing of QT. We also got a slight Trump put, half promise Sunday and into Monday. So we'll see how this works itself out, but there's danger here is my point. I am open to, I would say to you that this range right here, there's a few things you want to recognize. One, that you're in the middle. Okay, a few things you need to recognize. One, that you're in the middle. Two, you're stuck in a range. Okay, you're stuck in a range. You should expect with 30 minutes and half hour velocity to do some movement like this. And there's some bullishness here too. This is something that you do want to see and at least be aware of in a bullish context, which is if we're above 57.50, right about here, right where we are. Right about there. This is the island in the sky. I want you to see this. As long as we stay above here. This happened yesterday, by the way. I came on the show yesterday at 3 o'clock, I think, 3 o'clock, and started talking about this. As long as we stay above this island right here, if you're trying to get long, right? So we've got the range set up, right? You see the range support is at 5,700. The target is 5,850. As long as you stay above the green box, I would expect that if we're doing a 3-bar bull trade, that we're going to make an attempt here higher and not lower to take out some of these resistance points up here, okay? But it's aggressive, or it's still volatility. So you've got some targets here. I'm going to give them to you really quick. You've got a target of 5780, 5800, 58.20 and 58.50. These are all gamma bars. You can see them. I'll post them right now for you. Let me see if I can check these off for you. 58.25, I should say. 58.25 would be the other one. I would like to see, hold on here, something like that. This is March 27th, which is when a lot of the flows leave the market. So if you can get something like this here, that would be nice to see. 58.25 actually. Something like that right there. Make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even less than that. It would be a fan more. Let me just do this here. Maybe one quick second here. 1, 2, and then maybe you get the 3 down here. Like here's 1. Come up here and like break out up here. Break out up here. Get a new high. Come back down and then try to smash through this 5,800. Now remember, you need to own this right here. Don't be like, hey, Cap, we failed here and started trading underneath, and we're clearing all this out down here. Rely upon your hourly and half-hour velo on a 30-minute basis. So let's look at that really quick on SPX. In cash market, I like to look at this. 15 minutes brutal being bought right now. A little bit more room here on half-hour velo. You can see one more pump. Hourly velo, series of higher highs. So we could hit this up here. And that kind of corresponds with the ability to go higher a little bit more. Your saving grace is that your daily velocity is improving. That's the saving grace. That means that you would expect dips to be bought on those triggers. So let's look at this again. That's me. It's showing two things. It's showing that we likely have a chance to ramp, pull back down, and guess what's down here? These two. These two have a fair chance of being bought to go higher. Okay, just so you can see that right there. Let's look at this one more time. And this kind of corresponds, doesn't it? Right? Your support is down here. Right, if you want to snap that really quick, you're more than welcome to. It's saying you've got the chance to bang around up here, but then you'll likely sloop lower to complete the trade to the upside. That also falls in line with price action. All that looks kind of good. The one thing you don't want to see is a break lower and a new low, something like this. They trap your ass in, and then we're fucked, right? Here's what you're trapped in. See it? Trapped in there. So pick your poison is the root du jour. You pick your poison. Do you want to grind? Are you in it for this? And just be aware that this looms in the background over here, okay? You want to be very careful on hitting your upside targets. You don't want any failures of that. Let me show you that really quick. You've got a prior high right here. And you've got another prior high. Where are those prior highs? Right there. You've got a prior high right here. And you've got another prior high right here. PH. These roughly correspond to those moves, right? You get the new high. You come back down. You bam, one more time, and then we get the bloodbath to the downside, if that makes any sense. You want to see these things if you're a bull for the return trip to break above. If you see failures of this prior high and this prior high here, that leads to negative condentations that will be trapped. So as a bull, you're looking for that smash higher, and then you're looking for that smash higher up here to 584. So 578 and 584. You're looking for those two highs, even if we blood, because that implies that we're likely going to go even higher. If we begin to fail either of these, that becomes more a negative condentation, or at least until April 1st. And this is that island in the sky right here, just so you can see it. There's the island in the sky that I showed you on SPX. This changed yesterday, right? Failure to get under and have the sharp correction. It became a flat correction yesterday. Talked to you about this inside the stream yesterday. That it's a flat correction, so you would expect the sharp correction after these two moves, right? Come back down here, right? And then you're back up and to the right. Does that all make sense to you? I hope it does. It may or may not, depending upon the crazy town or the FOMO or whatever. Hold on here. Let's get back to the main screen. Oh, no, we got one more thing to look at. Now, let's talk. Oh, wait a minute. Now, let's talk about something else here. So we've got the range, right? This is the gamma flip over here. Here's your range. Here's your range. Should I do it like this, maybe? Crayons, baby. Hold on one second here. Now let's talk about those flows, right? We've got those seasonal flows, but we want to also force other flows into the market, right? Let's talk about gamma and where we are right now. Just so you can see this one more time, we're at 57.80. Here's net gamma, and we're trading right here. We're trading right about here. So what we're trying to do here is ping this 595, right? Come back down, ping this one right here. This is 58.25, right? And we've got a wall here. Do you see that? I want you to see this. Watch this closely. There's a wall here at 58.25, and there's like this would be like a call wall, and then this would be 58.50 is kind of like the resistance, right? Until we break above it. And normally we'll hit. Hold on here. Normally we'll hit like one strike below if that's big resistance, we'll hit like this one, maybe this one right here. We won't touch this one. Dealers don't want to print that one. So you'd need to see calls being rolled higher, which they are. There's another one up here, but we break up here. We can then start taking out that one. Nope, hold on here. You've got 58.50, 5,900, 59.50. Here's 6,000. Look at how big that one is. That's 6,000. This would be top of the market for right now. If you wanted like an actual top, SPX 6,000 would be it. We would need more call development here at 6,100, 6,200, and beyond. That's 6,500. That gamma is becoming more important again, but it could become less important. And we got a lot of really good hedging here, don't we? A lot of good hedging down below. 5,700. I want you to look at that one. Remember that one too. 5,700. And then 5,850. 5,700. 5,850. Here's 5,700 right here. Big gamma bar. Right? 5,850. Big gamma bar. Right? So they rope you in here, right? Swoop you back down. Don't print the 5,700. Right? Does it make sense to you guys? So you're kind of like rope and doped in here. You can literally see. See if I can put this back up for you here. You can literally see where Theta Gang is. Let's see if I can snip this for you guys. Well, hold on here. Post this in the Discord. There we go. Okay, now there are some positive outcomes here if you are looking for better flows. There's a few things we're going to look at here. Let's look at a few things. So let's look at 2-day net gamma. Whoa, we got a pin. 5,800. 5,800. What are we trading right now in SPX? Here's 5,800. 2-day expiry. This is the magnet right here. 5,800. Where's SPY trading right now? Up towards 5,800. So 2-day options. Look at that bad boy. It's like a magnet. 5,800. And we're also triggering buyers right now. We'll get into that in just a minute. At the money strike volatility. That's looking pretty good here. Down. Slight spike 10 days from now. I think this is implying the April 2nd. But then the expectation is down and to the right. Vol going down. Now this can change if we get a hawkish Trump. This can actually begin to move higher, but there's an increased volatility as we get towards April 2nd. Just be aware of that. And then what else do we've got? What else we got going on here? CTA positioning. S&P 500. We have a slight change in curve here. Starting to attempt to turn up, but still not quite there yet. We're close to it, but not quite. CTA is attempting to become buyers, though. That's good to see. Starting to turn, right? See it start to turn. We could turn turn CTAs into buyers above the weekly trigger. Start squeezing, right? Force them to become buyers. That's a positive-ish. We also have, what else we got here? Systematic flows. Vol Control Gang. Let's take a look at them. They're less likely. They looked like they had a bump up here. Vol Control was willing but it's turning down now. So we could expect more volatility as we approach 5,800 and 5,850. They're not going to be there to hold your hand. So that would imply, along with momentum, that we are likely still have a sweep lower in front of us. COT positioning. Asset managers net long shorts. Take a look at these guys. A slight turn here, but still no buying. I don't know if you can see that, but you can kind of see it right here. There's a quick spike up here. Let's see if I can make this larger. There you go. There's a slight curl here on long shorts, but they would need prices to go higher for them to become buyers. They're not quite there either. So we've got some nibbling here, but not quite there yet. Contextually on seasonality, it says that what? Let's look at seasonality together. Main camera, web frame, and chat box. Mute all this. Seasonality looks great. Seasonality is telling you that they're buying the dip. There's a little bit of a wait in here. This looks like April 2nd. Squeeze on Trump. But then this is what's fascinating. We get into this sideway range even if we squeeze higher and don't make a trip higher until about the 110th trading day. And that's the return to the scene of the crime. 110th. Yeah, about 110th trading day. We'll get into more of this on a brief. I'll get you guys a calendar to give you some expectations here. But I do also want you to be aware of something here. I want you to see that even if we squeeze higher and get rid of half of this decline, I believe this is 82. I think that's 82. Even if we squeeze, you're going to be roped in for a little while here. So you've got people saying we're going to moon. And I want to show you what that actually looks like here. Get rid of some of this muted stuff. Get back to a trigger screen. And let's go to an hourly basis here. You could be waiting for a payoff. So let's get rid of pivots really quick. And what this is saying to you is you basically have, here's the prior high right here, right? Here's the prior high right here, right? Now this is 6,000, I think, somewhere up in here. Then you got this one right here. This is 92, 94. This is the key one. So if we're locked into let's look at it like this. You're locked into there, and you're locked into right there. And even if you get a positive Trump, what they're saying is this is what you're locked into, right? Even if you get a positive Trump, bam, we go up there. Let's go a little bit farther out in time here. So you get April 2nd, right? So let's say we get locked in here, right? We get the Trump, we swoop down, close that out. We get the Trump put. We're looking at this like super bullish. If we get the Trump put and we squeeze up, you're gonna think we're going here, right? Or all-time highs, and what they're gonna do is rope you back in again. Like rope you in. Torch all of your call buying because you're so fucking bullish, and then swoop up at the end. Does that make any sense to you guys? It's like May 4th or something. So they're gonna like fuck you a second time in here. Does that make sense? You're gonna get the squeeze up, right? But you're gonna still be waiting. So you are likely looking for probably not that high either. You're probably gonna be looking for to rein in expectations to like maybe 604. And then you're looking at that all-time high and that 625 into like June, July, mid-June, mid-July, for a target that's like that all-time highs or that 625 target. So just be aware. Just be aware of all the bullishness maybe not paying out to you in the time that you want it to pay out. Let me talk to you about something here. This is very important. I want you to write this down on the wall next to your bed. If we squeeze fast, if we're in a bear market, and let's say we trade 604 in the next 3, 4, 5 days, that is not indicative of a bull market. Some of your best squeezing in a bear market is over very short periods of time. So if you're a bull like me, I want to see a bull market extend into the end of the year. I don't want to see 604 by the 31st. I don't want to see it personally. I would like to see some squeezing, but I would like to see it come back, consolidate, get more inflows into the market, and constructively move higher into the end of the year. So you want to be watching this behavior. It's not guaranteed, but you do want to be watching the price behavior of the market. When we squeeze violently, it looks like a duck, like we're in a bear market. It's not going to be taken. It's not going to exude confidence for market buyers. Market buyers want to see us staircase up into end of the year, right? When you're in a bull market, you want to see that progress over the course of a year, stay on trend. Price is not acting wild and violently. You want to see that nice progressive move higher, staircasing up, move up one layer, consolidate, move up another layer, consolidate, move up another layer, consolidate. If we start squeezing and it gets, let's say we hit 604 and we just start blasting to the downside, it could be I would be sketched out. As a matter of fact, I am. I spoke with a friend yesterday, the past 2 days ago, and the first time I'm scared. I haven't been scared in a while. I'm not exuding confidence with this bottom here. Personally, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to tell you the exact conversation right here. I might discuss it in a brief, but I'm not feeling that same yeah, this is constructive just yet. This is the bottom for the year. I want it to be the bottom for the year. I just there's so much unknown with Trump policy right now. Do we take him serious or we take him literal? That's whittled down to this. To the smallest, like the whittling it down to the shortest sentence I can make would be: do we take him serious or do we take him literal? And I would rather take him literal as the last 2 years of his presidency and not the first 2 years of his presidency, because he could ramp up the literal connotation of his presidency early, and we don't want to see that. If you're a market participant, you don't want to see that. If you're a bear, you want to see that. But if you're a bull and a market participant, you do not want to see in any way, shape, or form literal Trump his first 2 years. You want to see it his last 2 years and not right now. If you think that you're a bull and you want to see that, you're out of your fucking minds. Literally, you're out of your minds. If you're a bear, that's what you want to see. So we'll monitor this closely and watch and see what Liberation Day actually is or isn't. and see if we take him seriously, and then we start thinking about literally next year, early next year, and into 2027. We'll talk more about that later. Not on the show live. I'll put it more about that in the brief, in a brief for you to give you some of the expectations once again. From GS, Larry Williams. I think Bob Kendall might be on this too. Someone's mentioned it to me that he is, but some of the biggest bulls out there, and institutions initially thought that don't trust this second half of his presidency, and now some people are reining those expectations in. GS in particular is very scared right now that we're going to push forward those last 2 years into his first 2 years of presidency, as we had not or haven't seen a true Trump put nor a Fed put. Though that is a moving expectation, because you did see a bit of a Trump put yesterday and Sunday, and you did see a Fed put-ish, Fed put light at the last Fed meeting. Although I'm sure that Jerome needs to save rate cuts for if Trump is literal. If you don't know what I'm talking about here, you should become a member, because this stuff goes back to last November. Actually goes back to last summer with who's going to win, how fast do we get a recession. There was an expectation that Kamala would introduce it quicker. There was an expectation that Trump would introduce it later. And then as Trump became more apparent as being president, the expectation was that we would get a serious Trump, but not a literal Trump for about 2 years. And it reminded everybody of Hoover. If you want to go back and look at Hoover, he was able to get serious his last 2 years and follow through on campaign promises for his I don't know, his voters. I forget what that's called right now. Anyways, this is unscripted, so don't expect me to be in here editing. All right, so let's go back to the main screen. Let's take a look at where we are. Sorry about that, the thingy over here. I'm just going to fix that right now. Sorry, I had to reset. I got an update this morning as well from... There we go. There's a target right up there. Beautiful. You got target right here. Easy peasy. Sorry that my camera's not on. Get rid of that there and get rid of this. Good morning, by the way. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you all feel like you know where you are in the market. I hope you do. I'm sure that there are people out there telling you moonshot. We're going to there's the Trump tariff right there. I'm sure you got people saying we're going to go to 604 like end of month. Those are likely bears. I want you to know that too. Be aware that if people are telling you out there we're going to 604 right now, those are likely bears. This is the Trump tariff from yesterday, so you can see it. We charted for you the targets to the upside. Let's draw this one right now. Intraday, at least, we'll draw these up. Remember, this is a prior high right here. This is also... Clean this up a little bit. Trend it, baby. We got a 1, 2, 3 trigger cluster here. Daily trigger cluster on SPY. This should be somewhere in there. Yeah, we'll try for one more up here. Let's go to 1:30 over here. Sorry about that. Where's 1:30 in the afternoon over here? Where latest? 12:30. Quick second here. Something like that. Hold on here. 30. That looks kind of messy, doesn't it? Let's go look at this together. This is the Tuesday close right here. And then Wednesday, Thursday payout. That one right there. 80 right here. 82 and a half. This is into Friday, Thursday, Friday. 1:30 in the afternoon. Fail 580 up here. We should start ramping right now. We should start squeezing soon. One, two, three, four. Yeah, right. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, three, four. Something like that. Get that right. I don't think you even need that right there. Failure of 80, 57, 85. It's somewhere right there. 5780 a failure. 5780. Failure of 580 up here. 7, 8. Smash up to just below 580. Get above 580 to 580. 250. Somewhere like that. Sorry about this. I gotta look at this together. That 1230 though. 1230 to 130. Check one more thing here. Woo. Check this really quick too. This prior high. See if we hit it. This is the zone of sellers right here. This was a group of sellers from prior. Let me check this again over here. If you want to watch it with me. There's a gap that needs filled right here. So messy. So fucking messy. Let's see if we got all this right here. So we got this one up here. We got this is the gap up here. I'm doing this kind of close. Smash through there, smash through there. And we start tagging this one right here. This goes lower. That goes lower. That goes lower. Goes higher. There it is right there. There it is right there. There goes the pH. Prior high, prior high. Get rid of all this crap. Too much shit on the screen. Bam. Bam. All that garbage, garbage, garbage. Fucking volatility. Right there. Red. No, red. There. Okay, better. Get rid of that crap. Oh, I don't know what that was, but you got to dodge and weave, bro. Don't pay attention to this yellow line or this dotted line. This is just me looking for the trend is this one. This is just me looking for volatility within that line. What's going on, Bazzer? How are you? Good to see you, brother. Sorry, I got to go around the entire fucking goddamn market and look like there's like 80 fucking sell points above us. There's like slam down, squeezes, slam down, squeezes, slam down, eventually goes down. What's going on, Bazra? If your DT value is different than mine, it's likely because you're not clicking the bottom right-hand side of your screen. There is an A. If you hover on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you'll see A and L. You've got to click on those, and also extended hours. You need to click extended hours on your chart at home. Algorithmic, logarithmic is the AL. Now let's okay, so we got a bunch of stuff to go over, right? We got through gamma. We got through what? We got through theta gang, right? What do you do? We started with gamma and theta gang. We discussed briefly Trump Liberation Day. We talked about the downside risks to that. We've talked about that downside risks and the zone that we're trading. We talked about where to buy a dip if you can find one. If you can't find a dip, one other thing in here. If you can't find a dip inside of our range that we're in, you can always buy a back test and we break out to the next range that we trade, right? So if we break above a back test that's successful, you can get long there. If we break down and below the range that we're in, you can, do your thing there. I'm sure there'll be a lot of fear. We talked about gamma. We talked about flows. We talked about momentum. We talked about, you saw me count Elliott wave on the screen, right? You saw me count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm assuming, if you're watching the show. So I'm kind of putting it all together, the pieces here. You see what the, do you guys see? Oh, there's one more thing I didn't do. Shit. Hold on a second here. Well, golly. Hold on a minute here. Let's take a peek at something else that I'm not showing you that I should be showing you. Let's get rid of this for a minute. I don't need any of that. Get rid of pivots. Let's see what we got here. Looks about right, right? Yeah, it looks about right. That looks kind of sexy, don't it? Grind, 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 grind. Let's look at something else in here. Let's get rid of this prior high for now. Get rid of that. We kind of know where we're going. Just busting it out, busting it out, busting it out. Grind until rug pull, right? We know about gamma. Let's look at Let's get rid of some of these time things here for a minute. I love time, as you know. Love keeping time in the market. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. This was from yesterday. Get rid of this. We're going to look at some ICT stuff. I haven't done ICT with you yet. Let's take a peek at ICT. Let's go to 1 month. See what we got going on here to end the month, bro. Showed you this earlier. Showed you that earlier. Got some downside targets here. If we get the Liberation Day trade. If you're a bull, 560.32 is your base case, your bull thesis. Your bull thesis is 560.32. Well, this is good to see here. You've got a gap down below at 569.75. Make that gray, and we'll make that really thin. You got a gap down here that needs filled. I think this is the gap that we keep talking about, the swoop lower, right? It's at 568.66. We also have some very productive shit that took place yesterday. We witnessed this yesterday in the stream. On a weekly basis, we melted up. This is very bullish. Looks great. You've got a target on the upside. This is on a Trump squeeze. We talked about this earlier this morning. If you get the Trump put, and then you'd get roped back down, it's right here. That's all good to see. You've got the gap down here that needs filled on a daily basis. There's your monthly right there. This is monthly. And you can see the swoop down here is still like, look at this. You still have like easily a sweep lower. We could easily sweep the leg out down here on some kind of like Trump volatility. That's actually 559. You get the gap to close here. You got more gap down here. Well, you got all this gap down here too. All that gap down there. There. This a little bit darker, maybe. Nope, that doesn't work. Do that one yellow. This is a weekly gap. That over there, you got daily gap. That's a big boy right there. Come on, big boy. You got the daily gap down here. What's going on there, big boy? You got a daily sweep to the downside over here. And I got this leg. You see that leg that I got right here? Like you close that gap and then whoop, there's the wick. You know what I mean? Big old fucking candle right there and fucking boom. That would hurt, wouldn't it? fucking sweep down a 55, 50, 900, and you got bulls trying to get in. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Yeah. But there's a whole bunch of fucking FOMO bulls that would be annihilated down there. And literally annihilated. Woo! Yeah, we ain't never going back, bro. All up. See, I'm shitting on the bulls. I get yelled at because the bears tell me I'm always shitting on the bears, and I'm always like, "Yeah, what? You want to hurt a bull? You want to hurt a fucking bull? Pound, 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 right there." This right here would take out, like, I would bet every call buyer from yesterday till right now gone. Now it's clearing. You see it clearing up here. Yeah, you get a little bit of clearing up over here, and then you got a tease, right? You got the tease up here of 96. Let's see what we got here. We know about this gap. We're gonna get rid of this because we don't need that shit there. We already know it's down here. We already know there's a fucking gap. Just gonna write gap. Just gonna get rid of this. We don't need any of this crap. We just know there's a goddamn. We know this fucker right here. It looms. This is saucy right here. And then I want you to think about this too. You've got the T's, right? You got the T's down here. Like there's the gap. Then you got some kind of fucking April 2nd down here. Just like put a fucking hurting on them. Right there. Oh, wait, whoa. This starts to look a little bit better, right? Like it like ropes you in, right? We're going here, bro. So like slam us above, one more tease, we break this. This is good to see. Rope us back down, rope a dope. Whoop. There you go to your 596 over there. And you might even like squeeze up, consolidate, then make the move higher. So you get the new high right there. This is if Trump is a bullshitter. Bam, bam, up over there. Rope in all these fucking call buyers. And you only need this one right here. You only need that fucking high. That's all you need right there. That's all you need. Get the high and pull back down, rope a dope it in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breakout. Yeah, baby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Sweep the legs. Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't know how that works out, but we'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a larger leg for 5 right there with the above move right there. Up there. Whoa. I don't know what happened over there, but you get the gist. You get the gist. We'll get back down here in a minute. An hour basis. This kind of got wonky here. April 2nd. Ain't seeing shit on hourly. What a tease. That's fake. That's the fake out right there. Guaranteed. And this could be pushed out in time. It's like May 4th right over there. May 4th over there. Taking some time, rope you in, put you in trend, high, all that over there. Put you into April. All right, we're cleaning this up. This is looking much better. Okay. Let's go back to our wonky ass shit over here. Sorry about that. We're up there. Don't care about that. There's your weekly. Now let's put our shit back on. Times are right now 11:30. $12:30 there. Draw you back down into 1 o'clock. Right there. A little bit of doom and gloom over here at 1:30. Here's your island in the sky. This is your, so you can see it. Your weekly is starting out bullish as fuck. All you got to hold is this right here. Yeah, you can break down below here, but you just got to hold. You just can't have a second low for trend. Get rid of this range shit for the crayon eaters. I'm a crayon eater, so don't feel bad if I'm calling you a crayon eater. Expiring today. Well, they're saying that they're not expecting an upside move today. 578s are dirt cheap. 21 cents. Is that right? Is not possible. That's fascinating. In a move to well, they're still talking about the JPM carry trade. They were fucking pissed about that, weren't they? They didn't get their carry trade. They got the Tesla pump coming in. Where is 5,800? $57, 87, 27. This is a giant gamma bar. Financial Times suggesting that Trump is considering a two-step tariff strategy. Yep. But Goldman is not so sure and thinks the administration will shock the market with a tariff rate that is double what market participants expect on a basis for basis negotiation. Oh shit. Dude, I need to get a new goddamn thing. I need to get a new goddamn typewriter or keyboard. Do you guys understand that? Well, I'm talking to you in pro trader right now. I don't know how to explain it better.
So we have heard the White House statement on this, but the Kremlin also to publish a statement on the Riyadh talks soon, according to TASS News.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we are expecting comments from ECB's Nagel, joins a panel discussion called The Importance of Financial Education in Germany for a Functioning Civil Society. So we're shortly expecting comments from ECB's Nagel.
So remember, ECB's Nagel speaking in a joint panel session on the discussion of importance of financial education in Germany for functioning civil society and a stable financial system. Zelensky says Ukraine's understanding is that agreed ceasefire is effective immediately following US announcement. An agreement does not specify actions if Russia breaks ceasefire, and Ukraine will appeal to the US directly in such a case. Zelensky said he asked Trump for weapons and new Russian sanctions if Moscow breaks the ceasefire. Also, Zelensky saying Paris Agreement could yield specifics on possible foreign contingent in Ukraine. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. So Zelensky says Ukraine to implement partial ceasefire now. Just keep an eye on the oil market continuing to decline post the comment from Zelensky saying Ukraine to implement a partial ceasefire now.
Sorry about that. I'm in the conversation right now with the pro traders. I'm trying to chat with them.
So Kremlin says Russia confirms that it has agreed to ensure safe navigation in the Black Sea. So Kremlin says Russia and the US to discuss energy ceasefire implementation. Further details from the Kremlin. Russia and the US have agreed to develop measures to hold strikes on Russian and Ukrainian energy facilities for a period of 30 days from March 18th.
Sorry, I'm in the Discord right now in Pro Chat. We're having a we're having a conversation about time frame and bullish, bearish, and all that other kind of stuff. Dude, we're so terrible. Our group. Yeah, those are expensive crayons.
So, Senate Commerce Chair Ted Cruz wants U.S. intelligence agencies to probe if China is seeking to prevent the U.S. from expanding spectrum use, according to a letter. So, again, Cruz wants U.S. intelligence agencies to probe if China is seeking to prevent the U.S. from expanding spectrum use.
Your first 1030 sell right here. First stab at it. Right in here. Looks a little off though, isn't it? I took a stab right there. One more 1230 attempt up here. $12.12 right now.
Russia says black deal to start after some sanctions are lifted. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
What's going on, bears? You need to buy more puts. You can't get a higher low from 10 a.m. bears. They're going to fucking squeeze you out. They're going to ramp your ass out of here and blast you. We're going to shove this market up your ass, if you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, you don't. But if you do, you do. You need new lows. The moment you stop hedging, they're going to fuck your puts. You better have it be a spread or enough time on them. Or the roll, or they're gonna annihilate your pooters. Will Hegseth get fired? That's a tough one. You know, like I posted this on BluesSky recently. It's not really for me Democrat or Republican. It's more up versus down. Up versus down. Are you a part of the club? That's my question to you out there. Are you a part of the club? It's a big club, but most of you are not invited into it. You know that line, right? Most of you claim to be in that club, but I know that that's not true. So I posted on socials once 2 pictures of Cybertrucks, founders editions. I have 2 people in my family that own Cybertrucks. Do you know how many people own Cybertrucks? I know. 1 out of every 7,500 people in the United States owns a Cybertruck. That is a very small number. That is extremely small. So think about that for a minute. 1 out of almost 8,000 people. So when you see someone defending Cybertrucks or Elon, specifically Cybertrucks, they likely own a Tesla or they want to own. But the number of people that actually own a Cybertruck is very small. Why? Because most of you are not in the big club. Even though you claim to be or vote like you are. Or are oblivious. Don't vote at all. Or don't vote because you're mad, or whatever the fuck that is, I guess. But we're going back to Hegseth really quick here, because this has to do with Hegseth. There's up and down. That's a very important concept. It's not left and right. It's not Democrat or Republican. Most people do not own a Cybertruck. The fact that 2 people in my family own Cybertruck says a lot, doesn't it? That group is very small. It's much smaller than you think it is. As a matter of fact, I have a close friend here that I just met who owns a Cybertruck. That's 3. We don't think about how small that group actually is. Does that make sense? Or we want to be a part of the group. Or we aspire to be a part of the group. Or we do things thinking they're going to let us into the group, right? So this has to do with Hegseth in particular. So will he be fired? I always take I got to be honest with you guys. I take MAGA and or my thesis here is that I don't fucking trust any of them. I don't trust MAGA. I don't trust corporate Republicans. I don't trust corporate Democrats. I don't trust Democrats. I don't trust any of them.
Just give you the gist then.
I think they're lying to you.
warned House Republicans of the danger of rising U.S. deficits and urged them to get spending under control. And he also said at the meeting,
if I'm rich and wealthy and powerful, I need your vote. So I decide which pot I want to go into to get your vote, right? I have to decide. Am I going to go in the DNC corporate pot? Am I going to go inside the, Antifa pot? Am I going to go in the MAGA pot? Am I going to go in the corporate Republican pot and scoop out some voters?
Them to add trillions more in tax cuts.
Make any sense to you guys? So, but do these people really care what you think and believe? Fuck no. They care about money and power. That's all they care about. It's like, will Hegseth be fired? Whenever I hear MAGA speak, I always think to myself, they're admitting to doing things when they blame other people, right? It's an admission of guilt. But the other side is probably doing that same fucking thing, and they're betting that they won't ever say anything. So here's an example. Like, a Democrat would be like, I'm not going to tell them that I'm talking on Signal, because I have to hold up this certain reputation. MAGA is probably thinking, or a populist is probably thinking, well, if I just admit that we do this, or say that they're doing this, I'm still doing it, right? So it's an admission of guilt, but they're all doing it, is the point. They're all doing it. Just some people, depending upon your politics, you can say it or not say it, or say, we can say the other side's doing this because they're never going to admit that they do it too, because they're Democrats. Democrats have to look like a certain thing or act a certain way or whatever. So does Hegseth get fired? Probably not. Maybe it's possible that he's being set up to replace him with someone else. Hey, you got your shot. But even that next person is likely going to do something similar, is my point. They don't fucking care. I think that, like, us as plebs thinks that the other side wants us in the club. They don't. I think that you think you're in the same club as them. You're not, no matter what your politics are. And the actual number of people that are in that club is so infinitely small. I was looking this week at my wife running for office. We've talked about that on the show before. The possibility of my wife has a science degree, storied career, time in her hands, has 2 children. Both are very well to do, like they've done very well for themselves. She's very active in her community, has been for years and years and decades. She's an honorable discharge as a non-commissioned officer in the military. She's a prime candidate. Has never once been in trouble with the law. Nothing. Not so much. Maybe a ticket, possibly. Maybe when she was young. She's great all around. She's the perfect person to run for office. So we looked at running for office in this country. It is absurd. Like, there's a door. If you should look up on your own. I want to run for U.S. House of Reps or the Senate, and I don't care what your politics are. Just look at it and then do a deep dive on what it would take for you to actually run for a seat in the House of Reps or the Senate. It just grows every decade where you will never win, ever. And if you have someone that you're like, well, this guy won, you should look and see what they are before they became a senator or a representative, or that they by chance were picked up by the news, right? So for every person that, like a John Fetterman maybe, that like gets the nation's attention, how did that happen? And how rare is that as a ratio to anyone else that wants to be a John Fetterman or whatever? You could name anybody, whoever it is, John James, whoever you think of out there, and what it actually takes behind the scenes, you probably are not aware of to become that person. So does he get fired? Probably not. They all do it, and you can't trust any of them. let's say you say Hillary's emails. It's a way to dig at Democrats because they're not going to admit both sides and they can blame the other side. They all do it. It's a club that you're not invited in. It's a club for you to bitch and moan about, to be honest. Think about that up and down. Think about like some of what Trump says is not crazy. I want to make this more efficient or clean that up or whatever. It's how it's being done that I have an issue with, or some of it. Some of it I disagree with fully, but some of it I don't. I don't like how it's being done. But think about like that no one's really on your side if you're a pleb like me and you. You're not in the club. I'm not in the club. I used to live in the club. I used to live in Vail. I used to live in nice places. The club hung out all around me. The club would do all kinds of crazy shit around me. I used to have a lot of fun with the club. But was I in the club? No. If you ever went to college and university, if you did not join a sorority or a fraternity, and you were a friend of a fraternity or sorority, but you never pledged, you never rushed, you never joined, but you're a friend, you were always allowed to hang out with them, weren't you? But there was still a part of that club you weren't allowed inside of, right? That a lot of that carries over into life and different things like that. So you can actually see the club, how the club operates. Doesn't mean you're a part of it. And for you to be a part of the club, it's a way different thing than a lot of people think that they're in. Like, I make $300,000 a year, I'm in the club. You're not. You don't understand what being in the club means. These things go back multi-generations. They go back, some of this goes back to the start of our country. It goes with multinational businesses and power and politics. And if that club is becoming more and more and more, you're not invited. Generally speaking, 360 billion people, million people, you're not a part of that club. Likely, you're likely. You wouldn't be here watching the show and asking that question. You wouldn't be on Twitter asking that question, or Wall Street Bets, or whatever it is, wherever it is you are, and think that you're a part of that club. So, do I think he gets fired? Maybe. Maybe everybody wants him to have or hey, get Hegseth in there, then get him out of here. Or even some of the rest of these guys are in the cabinet, or maybe somebody else set them all up. I don't know. I don't know about like the conspiracy theories and all that kind of stuff. What I do understand though is it doesn't really matter. They're always going to do this shit. They live and operate somewhere different than you and I. And when you learn that or understand that, you guys will all stop fighting with each other, I think. I hope. Whether you're MAGA, Antifa, Republican, Democrat, most don't realize that, or we get caught up in wanting to murder each other on the internet and sometimes even in real life, right? But not realizing how far away you are from the reality of their existence and living. It's vast. It really is. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm being serious here, like on that stuff. So I don't know if he falls or not. People come and go all the time, right? Then they go after John Bonner, not Bonner. I forget what that guy's name was. They come for these guys all the time. Like the power comes and goes. People slip into power and then out of power. They rotate them in and out. They're still not in the club. Hegseth is not in the club. If you think he's in the club, he's not. Now, the club is very small. It's a very, very, very small club. Who's the guy that said that? What was that comedian's name back in the 70s and 80s? The famous comedian that said it's a big club, but you're not invited. I don't know who, I forget that guy's name, but George Carlin. You got it. Sometimes rich people and powerful people will let you know. They'll be like, hey, man, come here. I'll let you know something. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, they'll be honest with you. But we were looking for my wife to run. I was shocked. I was like, there's no fucking way. I was like, just reading all of this stuff is like telling me, don't do it. Try some local politics, bro. And not only that, if you do try some local politics, you're definitely they're gonna blackmail you one way or another at some point in your own party. Like, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I don't know. I mostly use like Trump for like Trump for me is like uh they've decided that he can be like if we're at a top or a bottom to drop or raise the markets because he's such a firebrand, right? He does have some policy stuff, of course, that has material impact on the market, but you know, the moment he leaves, if we get somebody boring as president, we won't focus on him anymore. You know, I never focused on Biden during his presidency because he never moved markets, or he wasn't like there at inflection points to be like blabbing and shit. You can actually see Trump can missteps on inflection points. He's off by an hour, half an hour, an hour and a half, whatever. I really don't care what his politics are in terms of the stock market. I'm just looking for, hey, we're at an inflection point. I'm expecting some crazy shit to be said, up or down, right? That's the extent of why I care about that stuff. As far with my stock market hat on, of course. On my other side of my other life, my private life is a whole another thing. But you know, like the stock market hat, they would use someone else. If Trump wasn't out there fucking blabbing all the time, they would just use some data points, or they would use some news. You guys see them turn the AstroTurf machine on and off, right? Like it's fucking insane. It's like you can see it clear as fucking day. I can. The AstroTurf machine is fucking real. Like that shit is fucking real. And they like whipsaw. Like, can you imagine being like Bob on Main Street? Like they get ragdolled and they're not even aware of it. It used to be a little bit clearer. Before internet, you'd get like you would go to your newspaper. Like I grew up in Boston, and there was like the Herald. They called it the Record, and there's the Globe. You either read the Herald or you read the Globe. You either tuned into one TV station or the other. You might have 3 local TV stations, one neutral, one for the libs, and one for the Republicans. And you stayed committed to that one message. There was a unified message. You can see today that's not the case, right? You know the easy way to see that that's not the case today? You can go to a protest for MAGA or for Democrats, and you can see silos of people with their own things. MAGA does a really good job right now of making one silo, but Democrats are all over the fucking place. You go to a Democrat protest, you got like fucking 20 different silos of people being fed what they want to like and really hate, depending upon their lives. But this is very common, and it's not always just politics either. It has to do with like companies, right? Nation states. Like if you own Tesla, you're gonna run different. If I owned Tesla, I would run negative and positive campaigns. I would. If I was a hedge fund, I would run negative and positive campaigns. If I was a nation state, I would run negative and positive against myself. Would literally send out armies of people to make negative and positive coverage, because that's how the world goes, right? Up and down, up and down, up and down. It's fucking bizarre. And the way into your brain is easy today. It is so fucking easy. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. We on trend, baby. We're on the island. We're on David AMS's island, baby. We're on the island right now. We haven't broken the island. We're hanging out. We're listening to reggae right now. All the early hedgers are coming in right now. They're going to take a couple whacks at it, 2 or 3. Dealers are going to gamma hedge your fucking, or delta hedge your fucking bearish ass and smoke your ass and squeeze us higher. 100% bunga bunga. I think it sucks to be. I think like I was talking to. So this weekend, I spent time with extremely smart people. I spent time with engineers from Los Alamos, legitimately. I spent time with engineers from, DARPA and shit, from BAE and Lockheed Martin, some high-end car manufacturing engineers. Like I spent 12 to 18-hour days with people repetitively. And so you talk about things together. Like you have time to chat when something's not happening. And we were chatting this whole week, and they see it. Like these are these are the people that build the Boston Dynamics robots. Those kind of people. These are the smartest of the smart. And it was amazing just talking to these guys this week because a lot of these guys literally turn their phones off and social media. It's like off. They're not reading newspapers. They're not reading social media. They're very afraid of being siloed. No better way to describe that. But and they don't care if it makes them feel good or not, or bad, or who's pumping it or dumping it, or in any context of your life.
And we have posted out the piece from Politico on the Financial News feed for you to read through.
They were talking. One conversation we were having was about how there was one guy who was a teacher, and he was like talking about how kids in school are into the algorithm of school fighting.
Total $2 billion.
So you've got TikTok. If they can catch you in an algorithm, it's an algorithm of you consuming school fights. We were like asking kids to show us their TikTok so we could see what algorithm they're in. This is some fucking crazy shit. Like, and you're like reading through what's recommended for each kid in a school. Like, hey, they're not pushing them or like you have to show us. Just do you mind if we see the algorithm you're being pushed on your socials on your phones? And it's fucking wild. like each kid's got their own little algorithm. You got like teenagers being astroturfed in their lives right now. Kids, they know no other thing than that. It's wild. And the dangers of it if you get caught in the wrong algorithm. It's so bizarre. So bizarre. No new low for the Bears yet. Hanging out on, checking the 5 minute. Still looking bearish on a 5. Still looking bearish on a 15. I want to see one more down if I can. Or improvements, one or the other. I'd like to buy this, though, right now. I'm getting itchy to get long calls here. A little bit more patience. I'd like to see just one more quick down if possible, but I don't think they're going to give it to me. And a failure to get a low back there. 1230 was kind of your opportunity. Here, SPY. We did get 2 pumps already, didn't we? Yeah, we have gotten 2 pumps already today. We didn't get the pump, though, to the price that we want. We did get 2 pumps today, but we only got 76 and we got 76.43. I want to see one more pump to 78. 78 and a half. I want one more pump. Here, let me show this to pro traders because I still don't think they're getting the point that I'm making to them. Hang tight here. I'm reading something in the Discord right now, and I gotta try to visualize. We have this happen here a lot. Nope. Damn it.
Just a reminder, in about 10 minutes' time, we're getting the 2-year note auction from the US with a prior bid cover of 2.56 and a prior high yield of 4.169%. It's a reminder, with the US looking to sell $69 billion of the 2-year notes. It's looking into a bit of research on what to expect for the data ahead. JP Morgan, they say, given the recent bounce back in yields along with downside risks to the economy from trade policy uncertainty, a strategist in a late Monday note anticipated a good reception for the auction. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short $1.2 million 1.2 million 2-year note futures, a possible source of demand in the auction.
Where's 4 p.m.? That over. Four p.m. 1600. Way over there. That over. Move all that over.
So just a reminder, in about 10 minutes time, we get the US 2-year note high yield, 2-year note auction with a prior high yield of 4.169%, prior bid cover 2.56.
Ooh. No new low at 12:30. No new low at 12:30. Just waiting for slide that one back over there. Goes higher. Everybody's hedged out right now. $12.57. Show me no new low from 12:30 down here. Now your new low is higher at 574.22.
One minute until we get the when issued yield. 10 seconds. Treasury won't issue to your 3.987% before the $69 billion auction. Also getting some commentary from ECB's Villeroy here. So Villeroy is saying that easing cycle neither finished nor automatic. Germany's fiscal plan doesn't necessarily fuel prices. Disinflation trend in Europe is solid. No significant inflation effect in EU from tariffs. ECB still has scope to ease policy. Markets view 2% rate in some as possible scenario. Pace of and extent of ECB easing remains open.
All right, now I want you to tell me in the chat on Twitch and YouTube.
News.
Are you long puts? Have you sold calls? Let me know in the chat. I can see that you were loading up on them. Let me know in the chat. Good. Admit that you bought puts and sold calls. I want your names. Long positions. That doesn't work, Moog. Are you long puts?
Bid cover for the 2-year of 2.66, 2.66. With a high yield of 3.984%, 3.984%, and awarding 39.21% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.65% and direct 13.5%, indirect 75.77%. Again, the US selling $69 billion of 2-year notes with a bid cover of 2.66 and a high yield of 3.984%.
Coming back again to attack 5,800.
Versus 3.987% for pre-sale when issued yield.
Prior high is right here. I'm super bared up here. Side of a barn, Bears. Just buy a bunch of fucking puts. It's gonna roll. Call buyers should be waiting lower.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Well, I'm talking about how 90% of traders feel or do.
The order slightly extends fall after 2-year note auction. Last down 3.2 base points at about 4 spots.
I'm watching the put buying in the background. If you go into Discord, you can watch them fucking buying puts. You can go right in the Unusual Whales bot and watch them loading hedging on higher frames. When people say something, but they do something completely opposite. How about when is the TwitchCon? Holy shit, that's sooner than later. It's in October. This year it's in San Diego. Ooh, that'd be fun. Anybody out there like surfing? It'll be a little cold in October. We'd probably need to wear like 3 or 5 mil, but are the great whites out of there at that point? Hold on a second here.
Just for the diaries, Apple hosting annual worldwide developers conference online from June 9th to June 13th.
I think they're already gone. Yeah, juvenile sharks are very common. If you guys have ever surfed in Southern California in the shoulder seasons, like spring and fall, you'll step on baby great whites. Not just great whites, but all kinds of fucking sharks. It's like a hatchery for... Yeah, they might stay in longer. If anybody's ever surfed like San Diego, you'll be like standing on the shoals. Like these are like rock beds underneath the water, and you'll be wading through to get on your board. And you'll like look down and just see like sharks everywhere. You can barely get around them. It can be unnerving. You'll also see like whales. In the spring, you'll see whales heading north. At like 7, like right around dusk, you'll see like pods of whales. Those are wicked fucking cool. Usually safe if you see those whales heading north, or at least old wives' tales. Also, when they're raising their young, they're not usually that aggressive, or at least towards humans. The TwitchCon's Friday, October 17th to 19th. because I'm like, yeah, maybe I should do a like a contest for TwitchCon and take one of the members with me to San Diego. We could go together. You can see how weird it is to be a streamer in real life. And I'd pay for the whole thing. We'd fucking party. Got a cross coming up on the 1, the 5, and the daily trigger here. Spoo's trying to break out and trade 5,800 on SPX right now. Still haven't hit it. Hit the daily trigger earlier. Yeah, there's like we hit our first bar already. We hit the daily trigger here. The next attack would be 5,800. I think the gamma bar is at 58.25. So you'd be looking to trade like 58.25, then pull back and then trade. Sorry, it's higher. There's 58.25 up here. So hit 5,800, pull back down, hit 58.25. And then that would be your, if you were not trying to hit the side of a barn. That would be a reasonable place to hedge, in my view. But you know how bears are. They want it all today. They hedge early because they've been in the right so many times. Since, mid-February? They don't care. Like, if you're a seller, you go early and you don't care when it rolls. It's been working like clockwork. So you just throw money at it. We should get another wave of put buying at 5,800 and then another wave of put buying at 58.25. And that should take us down, and then we should then thereafter trade up into 58.50 and higher, or right around there, somewhere in there, 58.45 maybe. And then they rope and dope us in. You start selling calls at that point. Well, I'm not, if I ever speak about 4 numbers, I'm speaking about SPX because we are in cash market. If I ever speak about 4 numbers on SPX, or if I hit, say, like 58.20, and I'm talking about futures, I will say futures. I will say ES. Otherwise, during daytime, I'm looking at SPX. If it's nighttime, I talk about ES. Or not nighttime, but just not outside of U.S. market hours. I talk about ES, U.S. market hours. Talk about SPX and SPY. I talk about Globex or futures. It's usually outside of U.S. market hours. Although I gotta say, I'm wondering, like, the impact of like Robinhooders, how they impact the market now. because they have to close zero dates. Not all Robinhooders, but if you have a small account, you have to close your zero dates at I think it's 3:30. I don't know if that's right. 2:30, 3:30.
S&P Global Ratings sees U.S. growth losing steam amid shifting policies.
Now that you can trade like Mag 7 shit and indexes overnight, shares, I don't know what impact that's going to have on our markets. Like the Robin Hoodification of the markets is wild. That would be yet to be seen, right? You'd have to see that. It's like Webull now shows overnight equity price action. I'm assuming I don't know if Webull you can do that. I've got a Webull account, but I don't trade Webull. I used to keep money in it in the bear market because it was I think it was giving me 4.5% or something like that.
Protect your trades from
5.5% maybe at one point it was giving me in 2022, but I don't use the account to trade. I do wonder. I spoke about that last week. I do wonder if you're able to trade like Tesla and like Apple and SPY and shit all through the night, like what that impact is. I feel like Robinhood should be banned. I don't like that. I've contacted them and asked them a bunch of questions in the past. Because not all brokerages, I don't think all brokerages require you to close zero dates after 3:30. I think that's a Robinhood thing. I could be wrong on that. Don't ask me, but I don't recall ever having to close zero dates on like Tasty with a small account. Maybe I'm misremembering, but don't hold me to that. It's been a long time, so I'm just blabbing. Everyone's moving to 24/7 trading. Do you ever, what I notice already is some stocks are up while others are not because they're not on the 24-hour trading. Or people don't care about them overnight. It's not enough liquidity. Move that over there for you. So that's 3:30 Eastern Standard Time to close. Is that just Robinhood or is that everybody? Did we get our new high there? We missed our new high right here. Watch out here. I wasn't paying too close attention. I wasn't watching closely. We missed our. They're trying to take it downtown one more time. They're trying to get this one here. I wasn't paying too close attention. I should have been. They missed the new high. They're going to take one more swing at it here. It might not get let out until end of day. Remember, we're on a 1 minute chart, not an hourly chart. Could be one more leg lower. Failed to get 575.59. Here's the one that you needed to beat right here. I wasn't paying too close enough attention. Could be a nice dip buy coming up, though, if we can get a little bit lower. Right down here. Watch this prior low down here. We'll know if we're going down there with this one right here. There's a small gap right here. A little tiny gap. Gap is closed. Watch this one very closely here. Watch this closely. Break underneath. Sweep to the downside. Come on, Bears. Put your butt into it. Buy more puts. We got the new low here. So you can see that. You're likely going to see a squeeze up and then a move lower down to 573. Watch this closely here to close out bear bulls for one more leg. Right there. I'm afraid to execute a trade here. Be patient. I'm looking to add more calls, but I don't want to do it unless we go down here.
Ukrainian Defense Minister Umarov commenting in Riyadh, saying Ukraine-US discussions in Riyadh were successful, and Ukraine is ready for a new meeting to work out truce details. So remember earlier on, you had Zelensky saying the Ukraine to implement a partial ceasefire now. That was earlier on, about 12 p.m. Eastern Time, which led to a little bit of a decline on WTI.
Watch out for a swing low. Come on down, baby. I gotta take a piss. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I can't hold it in anymore. Give me like 5 minutes here.
Russia says not considering transfer of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%. For today, Trump is to meet with US ambassadors at 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So heads up as well, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is expected to sign executive orders as well. Russia says Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is a Russian nuclear facility. Transferring control over it to Ukraine or any other nation is impossible. That's TASS citing Foreign Minister. 5 minutes away until we're expected to see Trump signing executive orders. No indication whether there will be a live video for it. There'll probably be a video afterwards, but just in case. Surely expecting Trump to sign executive orders. According to data, oil loading slows at Venezuelan ports.
Just heads up here. Watch this red bar really quick. See if the Bulls can send it back to the Bears. Still no sweep of 73 down below. Oops, sorry. I thought my camera was on here. Hold on. Apologize. I was getting back from taking a leak. Hoping for a sweep down here, but we might not get it. I mean, we're fucking close. I was just in the private chat talking about this 3-bar trade. So the prior low from yesterday is right here, I believe. This is the pre-market low on a daily candle. If we're in a 3-bar bull trade, we're so close on this chart. It's ticks. I mean, you got to understand we're sitting on a 1-minute chart here. And, this is pretty fucking close, but I mean, I want like the last tick, right? This is still just tick strikes. So usually we wick on a 3-bar trade. We'll wick the low end, but close on the high end and come back down on the third and fourth day to print Thursday, Friday close. At any rate. Heading back to the upside. There's only 2 hours left to market, so squeeze balls off to the high from this morning, which is up here, right there. Still looming to the upside.
Senator Kramer says Senate GOP likely to put debt ceiling in tax bill. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. Kremlin to publish one more statement after discussions with the US, according to TASS.
Sorry about that. Come on. I'm hoping we can get these Robin Hooders out of here and blast up into this bell. Like sitting here all day long, just waiting. Maybe get the Robin Hooders out at 3.
cents a gallon. Diesel April futures settled at around $2.28. And NYMEX WTI crude May futures settled at around $69 a barrel, down 11 cents or 0.16%. So again, gasoline April futures settling at around $2.20. Diesel $2.28 a gallon. Crude oil WTI futures settle at $69 a cent. So $69 a barrel.
Is that the one I want? Come on down.
Centrally, the Thune hopes to include debt ceiling in tax bill.
Ukraine's President Zelensky just says Russia must understand that if they launch strikes, there will be a strong response.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Five.
So keep in mind, Trump currently meeting with US ambassadors. So just about to put the live video out for this.
Just pushing all this over right
Mark
down
Trump,
there.
Rhetoric from the White House says he just stops by the meeting with US ambassadors. But the video is on the feed for those interested. Brent crude futures settle at $73.02 a barrel, up just 2 cents or 0.03%. Trump to sign an action to push the Treasury to modernize payments. So another statement from the Kremlin, they say Russia and the US agree on a list of objects for the energy truce.
Sorry about this. I got a bunch of chatting I'm doing here. Time is it now? Where'd the Robin Hooders get kicked out? 3:30.
Kremlin adds that the energy truce includes refineries, oil, and gas pipes.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Come on, sweep it, baby.
Trump says Mexico and Canada have stepped it up a lot. So we're seeing US Senate confirms Kratsios as the White House tech chief as senators vote 74 to 25 to install an office in a science policy role. So Kratsios will advise Trump on AI and emerging technology issues. Trump says we've made a lot of progress on Ukraine. Made a lot of progress on Russia, Ukraine, and the Middle East. Again says we're in deep discussions with Russia and Ukraine, and it's going well. And again, Trump says making a lot of progress in the Middle East. Trump says Russia and Ukraine will get together on a maritime ceasefire. And Trump says other countries involved in the process for monitoring the ceasefire.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
What are 0 dates doing? I gotta wait. I gotta wait till 3:30 till Robin Hooders are out. What's your 5?
Trump says there's another business announcement coming tomorrow.
$61. You gotta get fucking out of here. For 0 dates, they want $1.60. Get fucked. So we got like 575s are at 25 cents. 576s are at 7 cents. They ain't printing none of that shit. We're not printing 576. Those aren't worth it. They got to be. I was thinking 573s, but those are way fucking juiced. They're gonna murder this bell here. You can see it. 573s are $1.53. They gotta fucking kill those fucking things into 4 p.m. I was gonna get some 0 dates into this bell, but there's no point in getting them. They want to definitely murder what's in the money right now. 573s are $1.34. They need those to be like in the money, but worthless. Just check this really quick. So 5.7 or 5. Hold on a second here. Two dates are at where? Net gamma on 2 dates 57.70, 57.75. That's what we're trading right now. They got to murder all these today. Yeah, there's no need to go anywhere else. They just need to expire in the money. We need these to expire to break out. We ain't going nowhere. I was going to get some call zero dates, but there's no point. We need like lower to get zero dates, and I don't think this is enough. We need to go like, which I don't think we're going to go any lower than right there. Well, some of them expire today that opens the window to go higher, but that means we won't see higher prices likely until what, Thursday? Until those fucking things go bye-bye. Those are two giant bars right there. Massive fucking bars. We're trading 5766 right now. So there's no point. No, it doesn't matter. There's a pin on the market to 57. There's a pin at 57.70 and 57.55. We're trading 57.65. So we're pinned in like right here. Somewhere right there. I think we're basically just need to be in here. And there's no escaping for at least 2 days. So we'll do this for like one more day minimum. There's no escaping until like Wednesday or Thursday. Absolutely no reason. I was going to get some zero dates today, or like zero date calls, but there's no point. I can't risk it. There's no window. I don't think we go anywhere. I don't see any downside. I see pin. There's a massive gamma bar here at 57. All we can do is scoop up for a Friday print. Today's today, Tuesday, Wednesday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, we're tied in.
EU has been freeloading is terrible on trade.
I see like a little bit of movement higher and then the swing low on Thursday for a Friday print, but I don't know. It's hard here. There's like a huge gamma bar. I posted it in the Discord. There's like massive 2-day pin here. And on the downside, it's 57.50, which is right where we are. Here, let me go on the downside here. So this 57.50 right here, you can forget about that happening. That ain't happening. There's a giant gamma bar right here. There's a giant gamma bar right here. And there's a giant gamma bar right here. So there's no movement. So to escape, we're waiting. We can trade high. We can do this stuff up here, but it's still going to come right back down. There's no real escaping here. I was going to get some zero dates into the close for this upper move, but there's no point. The only point is to add calls for Thursday, Friday. There's no point. I'm looking at it right now in the background. There's just a massive, like, we're here. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going down.
Trump says, I have been very fair on tariffs.
Or I should say, we're not slipping down here to close this gap anytime soon. You would need all of that to expire and no calls to be bought, or there's hedging going on here for like some kind of like bloodbath, but all that hedging should drive us up, not down.
Trump on the April 2nd tariff says, I have them set.
There's fuck tons of calls here. We're parked. We ain't going nowhere. At least for now. I'll have to check tomorrow to see what the call and put gamma looks like, but there's a bunch of hedging coming on the market right now, like a bunch of put buying, like fuck tons of it. I don't see us going down there. Not yet. Maybe. I see it over here. I see so just looking at this chart right here, I see the downside move to sweep. But not yet. So it looks more like this. It looks more like this. Like we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. And like buy puts. The moment puts are on bot, it's gonna swing back higher. Buy puts for this move over here. Swing higher. Maybe Monday we can get down there. I ain't seen it. So every time they stop buying puts, we're gonna squeeze and we're gonna stay in here. And we likely trade higher, being so well hedged. And this can get moved up too. There could be like movement up. I wish I could say that we're gonna go down, but we're not. We're gonna get roped into like trading, just buying dips to go higher. It kind of sucks. Unless we have a catalyst, I guess. A catalyst could do it, Trump, positive or negative, but we are fucking hemmed right in.
Headline risk with
Here, let me show you guys this really quick.
now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Like this was all today. This happened this afternoon or throughout the day. We have a pin here at 57.50, 57.70 and 57.75. And this is 57.50. So this is what we're doing right now. Oh, hold on here. We're going like this. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong. That's what we're doing.
So two reporters at his meeting with U.S. ambassador.
We're just pinging and ponging. And I want you to see this. This is the hedging activity right here. You see it? So that fucking keeps this bar, this gray bar. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going fucking nowhere. We ain't going anywhere. Fuck. If anything, this helps the upside move. This isn't bearish. This is bullish in the short term. 57.85p. They've been loading fucking puts all day long. Like just seeing this bar right here just proves the point. We ain't going nowhere lower. Hold on, I'll post that in the Discord. This is all I've been doing is loading up all day long. This is the hedging I was talking about earlier. Save. Maybe they're done. Here, I'll post that in there. Those are 2-day puts. We can't crash even if we wanted to. We can't roll. If anything, we need all of these 5770s and 5750s to close. We need people to close them in the money today or tomorrow. We need all that gray bar there. Those are expiring on Thursday, I believe. Those are true 2 dates. So we need partial. We need some of them. We need some of them for us to go to like fives. I don't know if you guys understand the mechanics here. Like, we can trade 578 tomorrow. If so these 2 dates, the 2 bars, the 5770, 5750, and 5770, I think a portion of those expire tomorrow. But because we're so well hedged with puts, we'll trade 578 first, then swing lower to 572 likely, and then trade 580 maybe afterwards. Something like that. Those puts just came out too. You could see them buying puts all day long on unusual whales. There's not a fuck ton to do here. It really isn't. The window we're at 573. I'll add more calls if we get down here, but not unless we get down here. I've got calls for Friday, but I don't want to add any more unless we go lower. There's no point. All right, a couple things in it tomorrow. Let's go over a few things here. It's 323 here. Give me a second. Let's go to trigger. Okay, so we're kind of locked in here today. Not necessarily a bad thing. So here, let me just show you guys a daily candle here. So there's some important things you need to know. That I haven't spoken to you about on stream. I've been talking to Discord about. So you can see that there's hedging for a sweep lower, right? Something like that. I think I just deleted everything. Whoop, hold on here. Sorry. There's a lot of hedging for this like downside move. Let me show you guys this. If you're a bull, let me show you the mechanics of how this market should be moving. Give me a quick second here. Okay. So these are where the buyers are. This is where I am, right? You guys know that I was buying down here. I bought right, just so you know, I bought the market 582 right in here I bought. And then I bought again right here. So I'm a buyer for more uppies, right? Just so you know, I'm a buyer to go up. Now, I want you to think about this from the perspective of demand and supply, okay? So here's the supply up here, right? Here's the demand right here, right? On a monthly basis, sellers, buyers, who is stronger, right? Big question. If the sellers are stronger, they break us below here, right? That means we go down here, right? This is 101 trading. to see if we have stronger buyers lower. That should make a lot of sense to you, right? Now you've got these buyers stepping in, right? You got sellers up here. If at any point the buyers fail, right? The buyers fail, we go lower, right? So the buyers kind of have to buy, don't they? Because that shows that the sellers are weaker than the buyers from the buy zone down here, right? I know I have to explain this stuff to people. More supply, more demand, right? It's always a question of supply and demand, supply and demand, supply and demand on different time frames. Think about this on a 1 minute and on a 1 hour, 4 hour, whatever, what have you. So right now the buyers are in charge. So we'll make this green, right? Make that green. Now, I also want you to remember something else about these buyers for later on when we start chatting. If we know that buyers stepped in here, we know that they're likely right here, right? Whoever these people are, don't matter. These are smart money, right? Smart money buys here, they buy there, they buy here, they buy here, right? That's where they are, down here. Question is, when do we get back down here, right? That's always the question. When do we get back down there? Is it today? Is it not today? Doesn't look like it's today, does it? We're wicking right now, aren't we? So let's go to a weekly basis, see where they could be. And it looks like they're right here, doesn't it? Check them out. On a weekly basis, here are the buyers. So here we go. W. Right? This is weekly buyers here. And what do we know about these weekly buyers? They can take price down where? Let's just look at this closely here. So I'm trying to scrape the bottom here for calls, right? You see, I'm like, yeah, if we can get down there to get higher, if we can get a little bit of that action, I'd be happy. You see that? I want you to see it right here. So you've got this one right here, right? You got a weekly candle right here. And you've got this one right here, right? Put another W right there. And we've got this gap down here, don't we? We have this nice little gap right here. It hasn't been closed yet in the weekly. It doesn't need to be closed either. That's another key point here. None of this is required. It's not required that we go down here. There's no like, hey, we got to go, and prices right here, by the way. And the wick is right here. We can go like this. We can go like this to scoop up, sweep, and then go higher. But I want you to see this right here. This is the important part. You have the high on the week so far. Excuse me. Let me take it to a daily basis. This is where it gets important. So you have the high right here, right? On a week, this is a Monday candle. You have the new high already right there, right? So a high, right? It's all bullish. And we can trade where? We can trade all this on a weekly basis, all this area. None of this matters. Forget all this down here. This is no-go. This right here is what matters. This is the only thing that matters right here. 567.82, 574.19. Okay, that's all that matters right here. This is your weekly buyers right here. Let me just draw that out for you so I can write it so you guys can, hold on here. Weekly buyers. They're right here. That's where they are. Okay. And we're on a daily basis here. We just have to stay above here. We've already made a high. Don't care about a low. I would not like to see. I don't want to see this low, and I don't want to see a new low here. We haven't made one, have we? We haven't made a low. So you got higher high, lower high, lower high. That's all good, right? All good. Four-hour basis. Let's look at it on a 4-hour basis. And what's going on here? What I want to, this is a better demonstration. This is a much, we're going to switch back to a weekly here in a minute. So what I want to show you here is, here's the monthly. So we got the high right here. Bam, right? Woohoo. Got another high. Woohoo. Got another high. Yeah. And we get this weekly right here. So why do I want to see us hit that weekly? I don't care if we go above it. I don't want to go above it. I just want to hit above it, just above it, a tick. Why? Because that keeps us on our weekly trajectory to the upside. Does that make sense? That high tick on a weekly basis makes me happy to say we're going higher. Here's your weekly. And I don't mind if we tick this on a daily candle. At that point, I don't care. I don't care if we close this gap. I don't even care if we close this gap. Could care less. It's showing upward movement. Now, if we fail to get that upside move, right? If we fail to get that upside move, what does that tell me? What does that tell me? Because we got a prior high right here. You want to see it? Prior high right here. Yellow. There's another one right here. Somewhere there and there. And notice all these sellers. Are they stronger than these buyers down here? Forget about the buyers all the way up here. Just these sellers. Are these sellers stronger than these buyers? How do I know if they are or they are not? Do you know? Do I get the tick? See these sellers right here? I need the tick. I need the tick above, right? Take these guys out right here. Failure at first on this one, right? Come back down into the island, right? And take these guys out. That makes sense? So now I'm getting rid of these guys, getting rid of these guys, and I'm fine now to swoop down and take out 80, 88, 90, 96, all that kind of stuff. And we get some gamma issues in here. We're kind of like roped in. So I still want to see. That's as being a bull, because if we don't get that new high, that's 78, or just this one right here, if we don't get that this week, do you know where we go? We don't go just down here. Think about that. We're not beating these sellers right here, right? We go lower, don't we? We go lower, don't we? The real buyers are down here, right? Real buyers right here. And that could bring on a new low, couldn't it? Could bring on a new low, right? You begin to question, are the buyers weak? If the buyers are weak, we'll sweep down, take that out, and more than likely sweep this one down here. Minimum, that one right there. Does that make sense? Take all these fake ass buyers, because we know where the real buyers are, right? They're right here, right? And they're likely they bought here, and they bought here, and you're going to start to question: are they actually right here or no? And if these sellers are real and they're not there, down. Make sense? Take all their shit. Means these sellers are serious up here, right? These are serious sellers. This goes into like the April 2nd Trump stuff. So you're watching this like really closely here. And where would you naturally hedge for Trump? Right here, right? This is the logical place, isn't it? Whether we squeeze or not, it doesn't matter. So we do this, and then roll. You're still hedging here, right? I can show it to you. I just showed it to you a minute ago. Put buy, hedge Trump volatility into the second. Makes sense, right? Does it matter if it happens today? Nope. Does it matter if it happens here? Nope. Does it matter if it happens here? Nope. Just the Trump volatility is all that matters. Trump April 2nd. And if you're hitting like the side of a barn, it doesn't matter if you're hitting the side of the barn, it doesn't matter if we squeeze here, does it? You're just hedging Trump volatility into the second. You don't care if we hit this today. You don't care if we break the island today. You just know that eventually we're going down here, or that's your target, right? Trump volatility on the second, right in here. Let me show you this right here, right in there. So they're hammering, right? Hammer. Do I think we roll right now? No. The weekly is on Friday. There's Friday, 1600. Right? So we'll slide that over. There's the second. Do it something like that. And what's going to happen in here, right, is I want to see that. I want to see that. Right? And I want to see that island hold. And I want to see that up there, right? As much as I can see, as much as I can get. Even if I get that tick, that'd be even better. Because that would mean that Trump vol will get bought up more than likely. This shows bullishness. Someone on the inside knows that it's fake. If it's not fake, you will see the failure in here, right? The failure to get new highs, breakthrough, right? Come up here, breakthrough, lower series of lower highs. And this shows, like, what does that show? It shows that people really are afraid of Trump. Means Wall Street's really afraid of Trump, right? To the downside. You guys are all getting that? All right, anyways, here are your weekly buyers, right? We know where they are. We know the weekly buyers, so this is Friday, right? And you already know you're going to get a series of hedging, right? So when you get hedging, what happens? Dealers chase hedging. Once it ends, they delta hedge that hedging. We don't have real money selling yet, right? So you got more hedging, right? More hedging, right? They delta trade, they delta hedge all this stuff. Then they go, okay, it's okay. Let's go down, right? Dealers now willing to go to the downside. So where are we at for the close today? Or by the way, so for me, I'm long calls here. I'm trying to buy dips to trade 78 before Friday, because I think the dealers are going to help me into Friday. And I think the real trade to the downside is into next week. Okay? Like real trade to the downside next week. Not today, not tomorrow, not Thursday, not Friday. So I'm looking to scoop up calls, right? Calls. Or you could sell puts. You could sell weekly puts if you wanted to below here. You could sell calls above 580 if you wanted. I wouldn't do 580. I'd sell calls above 580 584, 585, somewhere up in there. I'd be selling weeklies up here. And I'd be selling puts below 570. Where's that gap? I don't remember where that gap is. Oh, your weekly buyers. I'd be selling puts down here. Whoops, sorry about that. Fuck, I fucked that up.
Vance says, I am traveling to Greenland this week.
I'd be selling calls above 585. Be selling puts below 567. Somewhere down there. They'll expire worthless on Friday.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest?
So, if we're looking for Friday expectations
today and get our special offer or financial,
I think this is where it's at.
For the price,
you finally got above today. That's good to see. We got above the daily trigger. 576, we hit it. 578 in the weekly trigger, a fail.
So that's Vance to visit Greenland.
I think we sweep down here to catch that low and then back up. I would like to see this, but I don't know if we get it. And that's your week right here. So I'm accumulating calls right here to sweep up here. And I will take my money at 78. And if we can sweep down on Thursday, maybe Wednesday, Thursday, I would probably buy some more calls down here. And I'm not looking to get short until we're end of week, Monday, close Friday, something like that, to take on that volatility for April 2nd and Liberation Day. Now, if you wanted to just hit the side of a barn, it's not going to matter if we, do this or squeeze, as long as your target is, and you're bearish on Trump, like a hawkish on Trump. Your target would be 556. I would call it I would say the second. I would call that the second, and then the fourth would be down there somewhere. If you're bearish, if you're like, hey, Trump's going to be fucking us. That's probably Friday, and then this is probably the weeks after into like end of April. There it is. There's the 15th, 14th. You could just run that straight down right there. It would probably crash into, no, sorry. Single stocks would crash. We would go like this. And then we'd crash into April 31st. Right there. Does it make sense? But we're not there yet. And no one cares, right? They're like April 31st, crash puts. What are 504s cost or 520s? I'm serious. Like we'll go right down there. Like we'll go down there hard. I don't think so though. I'm not on that trade right now. At all. I'm not on that crash trade. And I think it's a pointless trade to be on. I think the only trade to be on here is this upside trade. I'd really like to grab some I'd really like to get some puts up here. Like some hedging puts. Somewhere up in here. I might even consider them up here. Like 82. But I don't like the timing just yet. I don't like this week I don't like today, like Tuesday, as a hedge next week trade, personally. I don't like it. Now, this could involve time, too. If we stay locked in, let's say we stay in here, and we don't do shit. We don't do anything, and we're at like 4 p.m. on Friday. I would was that Friday? Yeah. I would most definitely be hedging next week. So it's either time or price. It's one or the other. It's either price or time. I don't think this happens here. This like sideways bullshit, like underperform in here and then roll down. I think a lot of you think that's going to happen. I think whenever this does happen, we squeeze. We constantly fucking squeeze. How many times have you guys, if you're a bear, how many times, raise your hand, because it's happened to me like a million times. You're like, oh yeah, bro, we ain't going up there. We ain't going up there, bro. Oh, good. Look at how load up more puts, right? We're crashing for April 2nd, right? And what happens on that Friday? They fucking super ramp your ass. They destroy all of your hedging, all of your puts, and the real sell signal was like Friday close, Monday open. And they just, these are dealers. They are fucking with you for this whole event to the downside. I don't know if do you guys understand this? I was talking in the Discord earlier about it all day long, and they really weren't understanding the idea. Let me explain this better to you. Let me see if I can. I'll show you two things. Sorry, I hand drew this, so I apologize.
Mexico's Economy Minister Ebrard to visit Washington for trade talks on Wednesday.
Hold on. So it says hedging as a roll is near. Follow my cursor here. So in this case, this would be the roll down to 5, 6, 7, 8, 2. So the added benefit would be the roll for Trump doom. I didn't show it here, but this would just be extra gravy. I should have shown this. I was trying to more or less explain the mechanics of hedging the options market. So you've got traders buy puts for target lower. It's not here. It's actually lower. It's like doom down here. They'll take this though. So say you get like a 564, 562p expiring on April 28th, I think is the last day of the month. April 28th. 562 expire. I bet you there's a giant fucking concentration at like 560, 562 for April 20. I bet there is.
So 1 minute now until we get the market on close in
guaranteed
session.
But what you need to understand here is they hedge, right? Dealers chase. Then what do? They delta hedge, right? Traders stop buying puts. Dealers delta hedge. You get more scared. You add more puts. You're getting taken out of your puts, right? Your puts are now cheaper. You're like, oh my God, I got to buy more puts. So you buy some more puts. Traders buy more puts for target lower. And then they get squeezed out again. Right? And they're doing this like on a weekly basis. Like they're going to do it for the week. They're going to do it Friday. They're going to do it on Monday. And then you're going to get some panic selling on Monday. Right? This is where people like me go risk off, right? Holy shit. We're going into Trump. I don't want to be long fucking 400 shares of SPY. Or I start selling calls if I stay long, right?
35 million. NASDAQ.
So you get like real money selling. I got to turn that off. Real money selling, tons of call selling next week. And you get that. You finally get the real money selling move to the downside, right? And then you get more of it, danger to the downside next week, right? Starts to like amplify, right? Anyways, what I want to show you here is this is more or less just a thesis, right? thesis, not what we're going to do. This is just a thesis on hedging an event. Now, I want to show you one more thing here, which is what bears want. Bears want this first yellow line. See, they want this. They're not going to get it. And they might get it over here, right? Now, here's another problem. See this green swoop up? They start loading fuck tons of puts down here. What do dealers do? Come back in and they counter trade all that bear doom right here, right? When I'm trying to buy calls and you are saying to me, don't buy calls, Cappy, it might crash. That's because dealers are on my side to delta hedge you. Get it? So one more squeeze higher before the real roll and the real doom next week for April 2nd. I don't know if that makes any sense to you out there or not, or if you're watching this right now and you're like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, there's time involved in this, of course. You see this over here? There's time involved in this, of course. Well, we're squeezing up. Anyways, you get the gist here, right? As soon as you're stopped buying calls or puts during the daytime in cash market, they're going to ramp, right? And you're going to be buying puts down here tomorrow, and then they're going to ramp you again, right? The first chance they get, they're going to ramp you up. Does that make any sense? When can they do it? They can do it at nighttime, can't they? They can do it at the close of a day when flows are coming in. If price is right and flows are coming in, we're above 575 and we've got expected flows end of day. What will they do? So you're like skimming the lows in cash markets to print the overnight. Does that make any sense? Now, there's one more thing I want to tell you here. One more important thing, which is we may not hit this. We may not close this gap. This could be something where we stay on the island. The island is, hold on here. Monday at 2:30. So Monday, where's Monday? 2:30. Yeah, we could stay on this island. We could actually do this right here. This is the most probable path for the week. This is the most probable path for the week. This is like a 70% chance that we trade this right here. You might catch this one. Maybe you catch that 72. Maybe if you're lucky. This is Friday right here. I want to see that move right there. So this is expectations on an hourly basis. Wait, let me get to the trade or trigger screen. These are my whoa, we're squeezing. Fuck yeah, baby. Woohoo! Squeeze, baby, squeeze. So if you want to know what I expect for the rest of this week, it's up, 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 up. And I don't give a fuck what bears are telling you. I really don't. I want you to read the pro chat today. But even do that one right there. Maybe you can catch that one there. Maybe. What I want you to know is that I want you to read the chat and people saying, oh my God, it's going to go down. Oh my God, it's going to be theta. Oh my God, it's going to be this. Oh my God, it's going to be that. Oh my fucking God, we're going to go down here and close this bullshit down here. Maybe. But the way is higher because you fucks keep hedging this fucking doom next week. If you're a bear, you know what I'm talking about. I think bears understand this more than bulls. I don't know why that is. Probably because they always fucking hedge early. Right there. You'll hear them say shit like, let's do it now. And what in reality is going to happen is, this is the truth. They're going to get squeezed. They're going to get more puts. Whew, I'm safe. Then they're going to get squeezed up here. And I don't know if we can actually get that. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't draw that in there. But anyways, you got to think about the pain. Like, the pain for the bears is right here at 78 and right here. So where the pain is for bears, we can then go down. Because they'll be all bulled up. They'll be like, oh God, we just broke up higher. I got to buy calls and counter trade myself. And then we're fucking down to the depths of hell. Now, there are some mechanical problems in here. Just like the bears, for the bulls, there's some mechanical problems. I'm only taking the trade. Here's 580. Remember, the zeros, lots of supply. So this is what I would think. I would think that bulls are going to tell you that we're going to here. It's possible. Brief moment. Maybe we do that on Saturday. Like Friday into Saturday and Monday. This really would fuck the bulls, bears over, wouldn't it? You're going to have a ton of supply here at 80. Remember, zeros and fives. Always zeros and fives. So you already know these fucks are coming in. You really want to see if we trade 58,250. If you see 58,250, if I was a bear, I'd be scared shitless. Even if we get down here, I don't care. You just see 58,250. Not 58,250. Yeah, if you see 58,250 in here, I would be scared. That's telling you that we're bullish, that Trump's lying. I would think. There goes that fucking same spot up there. See that same fucking spot up here. So anyways, this is what I think we do this. Don't mess with this stuff. This is all extension stuff. But for me at least, way is higher tomorrow. Dealer's gonna buy futures. Bullish on futures, and then I would expect that last move up here on Friday. Now, if we don't get time or price and time, by the way, I'm long for Friday to 78 right here. Whether we hit it now or we hit it later, I don't care. I don't care if I scoop up here, don't care. Just want to get up that 78. I don't care about an extension at 4 p.m. to 83.50. I don't care if we trade to 80. I just care about 78. This is all I care about right here. That's it. Take my money and I run. Any lows I buy. I'm just trying to hit that 78. That's it right there. If I get the extra little bit on Friday, woohoo. I have 78s expiring Friday if you want to know. And until we lose this island right here, until we lose this weekly island, the way is higher. We really need to fail this and slam down underneath that weekly right here next week. Get right here, and then we're in business to the downside. But I don't think that bears have this right now. And I don't think bears care either. I think bears are fine. If they want to get some puts here that expire later, they're fine. But if you're doing weeklies for like the crash right now, I don't see that trade as being real. I don't see it. So anyways, Way is still higher. We hit 76. Good job. 78 next target, possibly 80. Extension up into Friday. If you're a real bear and you really want to trade this like to the tick, it's probably like Friday at 4 p.m. If I had to guess, it's Friday 4 p.m. or Monday 9:30 or fucking selling futures on Sunday. I would be like, you're likely going to wake up on, unless something changes with Trump, you're likely going to wake up with the, CNBC red graphics at the latest on Sunday, Monday. You could possibly see it on Friday, 2 o'clock on Friday, 11:30 in the morning. Bulls start getting out of here, and you start seeing the traders brace for Trump bullshit. I guarantee they got the graphics already set up and ready to rock. They got like an intern in there that already knows to set them up for next week. Now, if you're asking what I think about, if you're wondering of what I think about Trump, like I've heard it said it's April Fool's Day, and they're fooling all these bears in to be short in here. I've heard a lot of talk out there about like this is a massive bear trap. Sorry, I was drinking some coffee. This is a massive bear trap and blah, 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 blah. Like, let's pull out a little bit here. We got to talk about this, I guess. This is a massive bear trap. We're going to squeeze up, trade all-time highs, 6,000, 604, 625. Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I'm long for that, too. I do want to express something to you if you're a bull out there, that time is always your friend. I am not selling my position at this point. We called this right here, right? Remember that? We called that right there. Well, let me see if I can do this with a bigger thingamabob. I'm with Larry Williams on this. He's already bought. I'm with him on this trade. I'm going to stay with him on this trade, long to the upside. Now, what I want to show you here is important. Nope. Here. If we do this, we do some spooky, scary, fake out Trump bullshit on the second, right? I win. Okay? I win. And I can sell puts after Trump doom, can't I? And I win even bigger, don't I? If I'm wrong and I wake up on Trump doom and we get the Trump doom down here, right? I'm going to be panicking, aren't I? And I know that we're going to do some nonsense like this over here, right? Hey, April 28th right there. And I'm like, oh, God, I probably should sell my position and all that. I'm not doing that either. I'm going to stay long and sell puts down there because I know by midsummer I'll be back here. Does that make any sense? I don't see... The only way that I would be scared in here is if we broke below this. But I think we would still be given this opportunity to squeeze before breaking underneath, and bear market is on. I want you to realize that this blue thing right here, this blue line, this is the difference between a crash, staying on trend in a bull market, and a recession in a bear market. This blue line right here is your demarcation point. So I would only change my opinion to a bear if we began to, and I would exit up here without a doubt. but only if we can't pair, I'll be exiting my SPY until conditions improve. But I would still be out more than likely. I'd take my money and run, and I would be deathly afraid of this happening down here. So anyway, we're not there though yet. I'm not really in panic or anything like that. I'm not scared about this move down here. I'm more exposure for this eventuality, whether that's this week or whether that's in April or July. I don't care. I just want that exposure to the upside for April, July, and I also want that exposure to end of the year for 645, 650. Any way that I can get it before we call this market done. So you have to consider what you're going to do. Now, as far as selling options, for me at least, selling options, I need to wait for Trump vol to pass for me to want to be selling options. So I'm very happy with where I am and the money that I'm making and all that kind of stuff. But just be aware of this Trump volatility down here into the second. This is real. If you see us trading down here or trading down here, just beware. If you're a bull, I'm going to mark this right now. Sorry, I'm putting a stream marker in right now because I don't want you to say I didn't tell you. I want to warn you of something else. I told you up here, and you didn't listen. And what did we do? We went higher for a few more days, and then we rolled, didn't we? I want you to see this really quick. Come gather around the fire pit. Do you see it right here? Look closely. Stay with me here. Excuse me. I need a beer or something. I haven't had a beer. I want you to see this really quick. This is Friday. This right here is Wednesday, right? Come look at this really closely with me. Gather around the fire pit. So we're trading these lows. This is Monday, right? Hold on, I got to post this in the Discord so that everybody's here. So this is Monday, right? Friday. Here's we were closed on. We're closed on this Monday. Now there's a difference between this period. I'm sure a bunch of you are like, but what about this cap on Thursday? What about the failure cap on Friday? What about that sell the news on Friday? So, two differences. First one is I'm looking for this trade up here. This would be 578, not 580 in Friday, right? But we have a problem here. When I was buying a hedge in here on the 14th, right here, I was buying a hedge right here. Dude, seriously. I was buying a hedge right here. The entire market was bullish. And I don't mean the right here. They were bullish. The big difference right now is that everyone's bearish. So look at me. Everyone's bearish. Everyone was bullish on February 14th. Like every 90% were rolling calls higher. Now everyone's hedging. Do you understand the mechanics of this? Please tell me you do. So I'm sure a bunch of you are like, no cap, it's going to be a high on Wednesday. We go low on Thursday. And we bloodbath Friday. Possible. I'm not looking for 580. What I'm saying to you is that because so many puts are being bought, there's a high probability of fuck you. Like literally fuck you into Friday. We'll come back to this and see if they fuck you on Friday, but I think they do. Now, am I taking that trade? Nope, not at all. I'm not taking that trade. I just want you to know as a bear that they're likely going to bend you over and fuck you sideways here. Because you think life's easy or the stock market's easy, and it's not. And I just want you to realize that, okay? Like, I want you to realize. I did a marker, so I will literally stop this show to fuck all of you by telling you this now and tell you this later. It's okay to hedge here in these highs, like on Wednesday or some shit, hedge that high for this probable outcome. You'll likely see me hedge on Wednesday too. I'll likely get squozen out, so I gotta pay attention to that. Plus, if we got a Trump put, you could get annihilated in there. There's so much that can go wrong here for bears. Not even funny. It's like not even funny. So this is what they're looking for, right? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, baby, take it downtown, right? Bam, 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 bam. Right? Bam, 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 bam. Blood them, right? So the same situation is happening right now, right? And what I'm saying to you is what? I'm saying to you, maybe not hedge just yet. Maybe we wait until Wednesday and be open to getting fucking annihilated up here before we deal with Trump doom and gloom on the second or whatever to the downside. Does that make any sense to any of you? Okay. I'm warning you. I'm telling you all right now, right? I'm telling you all right now that don't say I didn't tell you. Don't say I didn't tell you. But truthfully, like, there's a trap in here for bears. You got to remember the opposite of this. Everyone knows we're going down on Monday. It's not that we, like someone just said we should. No, like we shouldn't. We should, like, if think about this in the perspective of a dealer. They're going to counter trade you until we get real money selling. So they're going to squeeze you out as far as they can to zero. And as soon as all those puts and hedges are dead, then they'll drop it. Now you could get some real money selling mixed in with all this, but if it's time or price, or it's time, like we actually get, let's say we get the squeeze in, then we get the actual Trump doom and shit. Yeah, we'll get real money selling and we'll go risk off. But you need that Trump or some insider knows or whatever. Like, you really need that shit. I'm telling you guys, like, you need to know for risk off. It's not just, hey, we're risk off, fuck it, we're gonna start selling today. That's not how this happens. Fucking dealers would be fucking broke. They would be. Dealers aren't gonna blow themselves up. They don't. They can literally there are dealers. There's a guy named E Prism. He's an actual dealer. He's an actual market maker dealer. He always posts things like, I got my finger on the button to sell, but he doesn't sell until the moment that it happens. You guys understand? Like, these fucking guys have computers and shit that tell them you have to sell, you have to chase, you have to, like, they have computer programs that tell them what to do to be neutral at all times. So no, it doesn't make sense to start selling right now. It's the opposite. The opposite. You guys are trying to sell right now. I don't trust you, and neither do they. You guys are bared the fuck up, and they're going to take all your money. I don't know how to explain it better. And only if we get that bad news do they begin selling, because people will panic, right? They have to chase at that point. But if you're just making a bet that we're going to roll and there's no trigger for it, we're going up. You can buy puts. You can buy puts for the next fucking month because you think it should happen, and they're going to counter trade you the whole way up, 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 up until you're dead. Until they take every last fucking dollar you have in puts. You got to think the opposite at all times. All times. Unless we get real shit. Material triggers. Anyways. You guys understand this stuff? Please, begging you. I think what we're going to do is this. Let's go back to talking to viewers. I think what we're going to do, I was talking to John L. and some other people today. I think we're going to do like I take Mondays off. I think we're going to do like still do the stream on Mondays that's self-guided. And then I think we're going to do a class every Monday for members. Because there's some real basic understanding shit that people just don't know. And I don't think that a recorded video does it. I think like explaining these concepts to people they can't wrap their heads around it. Which sucks. It really does. It really, really sucks. We're cranking again, aren't we? Very nice. Very, very nice. They're going to blow you out tomorrow too into the open. Anyways, some of this is guesswork too. There's like people can put condors and flies to pin the market in. There's other mechanics to this, and I can be wrong. Like, don't think, hey, I got the Cap's got the crystal ball. He knows exactly where we're going. That's not true either. There's all kinds of shit that can happen at any moment between counter trading and material shit to the market. I can't fucking predict that shit. But there's an idea of this is what should happen until it changes. Make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. I think a lot of you understand this, but I think there's definitely like 70% of you don't, which sucks. Anyways. This looks familiar, right? Looks familiar, doesn't it? Looks just like Feb 14, doesn't it? And you missed Feb 14, didn't you? And so you're going to get ahead of it now, aren't you? I bet. I'll see you on the upside. I'll see you on the upside. Remember, if I could leave you with anything today, it's this. I'm making money right now. I'm so happy. No, I didn't say buy 580s. Damn you, AKD. I know you're fucking with me, by the way. I love you guys. I want you to think about something specifically. I want you to think about me on February 14th at 10:30 a.m. saying to you, hey, we can go higher from here, but if whether we go higher from here or not, we have a roll seasonal weakness coming. I don't care if we go down now. I don't care if we trade 625. I think we're trading 614 then. 612. I'm like, 612, 625. I don't really care. Start hedging for seasonal weakness. And you know what I was told? I was told, fuck you, Captain. That's what I was told. Eat shit and die. We're going up, bro. I was like, all right, I did my thing. I did my responsible talk to you guys. I even stopped the show. It was like 10:30 in the morning. Stopped the show and said, hey, scale out a little bit. And the same thing applies where we are right now. Scale out a little bit. Realize that everybody's bearish. Realize that everyone's going to hedge this event. Realize that they're going to be counter-traded. Realize that this event might not be that bearish. Realize that unless we get that fucking Liberation Day in full effect, we are going to squeeze. Also realize that once the vol rolls off, we're going to squeeze. We need something material from Liberation Day to actually go much lower. And even if we price that in, what is it? I told you this already. I told you that his policies are a one-time hit to GDP and inflation. So that means that we should not enter a recession no matter what anyone's telling you out there. We could force ourselves into a recession, but we're not there yet. So if we take the one-time hit, what does that mean? Market fucking goes back up again. Like, you guys got to remember this shit. It's very important. What if I'm not here someday? You guys, like, I need you guys to like understand this stuff. By doing it over and over and over and over again. It's real. It really is real. Tesla. I've been meaning to talk about Tesla. I don't know what to say about Tesla right now because I've been looking at it closely without talking to you guys about it. The base case, there's a few things about Tesla. One, it's a meme stock. That's what it is. It trades its trend in a bull market, but it has outsized moves. There is real danger for Tesla. I'm going to say this to you. Tesla is set up to be the Enron of our top in our market. And it's being set up as an Enron right now. It's trading like Enron traded. I don't know if any of you guys watched the Enron trade. He would need a bailout while Trump is in power. If not, it'll become an Enron, I think. There's real risk to, and I didn't like this morning with the selling private shares of SpaceX. I didn't like that, seeing that today. That scared the fuck out of me. If there's a company that's going to lead us into like the top in 26 and 27, it's going to be Tesla. 100%. That'll be the, I think that's the company. I think that's the one. That's the company that implodes. I don't think it's today though. Hopefully if you're a Tesla bull or an Elon fan, you have Trump in power to give a bailout to Tesla. I'll leave it at that. If there is no bailout for Elon or Tesla, they're fucked. They're super fucked in my view. I shouldn't be saying this stuff publicly, but it's not there yet, so don't trade it right now. There's no way to, I don't know. I was going to look at options today to trade it, but I haven't looked. I'll be honest, I haven't looked yet to trade that trade, but I think they're the sacrificial cow. Like in 2000. They might have an out with Trump. We have all the other car companies have had bailouts. So you can't say like they're not going to get the bailout. I'm very frustrated though that They're already spinning up the cycle for, hey, buy some private shares of SpaceX. I think that is a part of it. I think they're already accumulating cash. I think Elon's already accumulating cash for pre-IPO companies that he owns for this eventuality. I think it started this morning with these IPO companies. They're offering people to buy shares at around $5,000. I don't think it's of SpaceX, but there's other companies in there, so they'll try to work you into buying a space. You'll like, who doesn't want to own SpaceX? And I think you're going to be the bag holder for that too. I don't think that they launch SpaceX for another 10 to 15 years. I think you're going to be funding that bailout of Elon, not from the government, but you're going to bail out Elon. He's probably going to be the one selling you those shares right now. All this stuff is happening, but it shouldn't matter until 26, 27, somewhere in there. And the fallout wouldn't be until 29, 30, somewhere in there. It's going to take many years for that to happen, but you can see the wheels in motion right now. No. So let me finish this. So this is not Elon's politics. This is not Doge. And Elon has already made this statement himself. None of this even is me. You don't get mad at me. Do not assign like this happened, like Tesla starts crashing today, any of that kind of stuff. Elon has already said this. There's a recession coming, and everyone I see or read or watch that I trust says the same thing. There is a reckoning coming. It's not today. It's not tomorrow. You can't position for it. Don't try. We have a recession that's possibly a depression coming, a big cycle end. You get Trump policy implemented last 2 years of his 4-year presidency. You get China. Confrontation happen at some point. You can easily set up like a depression-style era trade, which is brutal. It could last a decade to recover from. And then you have this like whole like so like you got to remember that you guys understand some of this stuff. So like in an economic way, right? In economics, right? Let's say we follow through with beating the deficit, lowering the deficit. This takes years, but let's say you start dropping the deficit consistently. You move into a time period that's very similar to like the 1950s and 60s. When you're dropping the deficit, the stock market goes down. And not only does the stock market go down when deficits are dropped, but they can stay down or lower returns over time. Like if we have a lower deficit, these are all things that Trump and Elon want to do. If you do these things, you will see these returns. Elon has also said already, hey, I'm afraid that I'll go to prison. He said, I'm afraid that the company will go bankrupt. He's saying that because of what we're facing. Not today, but in the next couple of years, we're facing this thing where Tesla has a high probability of needing a bailout. That's not a bad thing to say. I want to tell you guys, like, all these fucking car companies have had bailouts, like all of them. They've all gotten loans. Elon kept the fucking lights on with loans in 2020. You guys have fucking short memories. Like, Tesla shouldn't have made it out of the fucking COVID. They took out fucking corporate debt for fucking that company, man. Like Elon took tons of fucking money. If you're a bull for Tesla, you want that, right? Like, you want that bailout if it happens. You want fucking Trump in power to bail him out. Be positive. If you're a bull, you're not listening. Like, your head is crazy. None of this is here today. This is if economic conditions deteriorate in 26, 27, and we have some fucking confrontation with China. Trust me. Like, they're already, smarter minds are preparing for this possibility. Right now, they are. If you watch how Enron traded, it's very similar. And it would be the perfect scapegoat, right? Tesla. Vaunted Tesla. This time, though, there's a put for Tesla, which is good. This isn't me talking. None of this shit comes from me. I'm not making this shit up. This is verbatim from the fucking horse's mouth. Yeah, you guys say whatever you want to say. I'll see you then when it happens. There's a if you don't have to trust me. You go ask Larry Williams, Bob Kendall. Yes, anybody that's over 70 years old. As a matter of fact, find somebody that's over 60 or 70 years old. They'll tell you. Fucking vaunted Apple went to fucking almost zero. Fucking Amazon almost went to zero. You fucking guys are too young to believe that can happen. A whole bunch of you are not old enough. You should spend more time. No offense, but spend more time with old fucking people and listen to them. Because they have wisdom. They're not smart. They have wisdom. They'll tell you when you don't think something can happen, it happened. It happened in my lifetime. Do you know that like most of Wall Street's not even over 50 years old that are active managers and traders? Like 40s, 50s. They're my age. They didn't live through that stuff. There's not that many like 60 and 70-year-olds working on Wall Street. Go ask those guys. Be like, hey, man, did you ever think this would happen to that company or this would happen to this company? That shit happens. Don't drink the Kool-Aid that it ain't gonna or can't happen. Yeah, it scares the shit out of me too. I'm with you, Opland. You can see them preparing for the possibility of it right now. You can see it. The preparations are in play. Even, and this isn't today. This is like, where are we at? Today's March 25th. So they only have so much time, right? They got, 9 months? They got 8 months. And then they got a year after that for the beginning of a recession that takes a year, right? And we're gonna blast down Q1 of 26, just like where we are right now, right? Just like where we are right now. We see something like this next year. We fail to hit a new high. We start going down just like 2022. Start fading the market slowly. Then it becomes crazy. Get into 27. It's got war. Then you got the implications of policy, right? The real policy. Bring manufacturing back to the U.S. All that shit costs money. Start lowering the deficit. If you're MAGA out there, I'm telling you, if you get your way, this is how it goes. This is not a bad thing. We might wake up 20 years from now, much better health. But if we see this through the way that they're saying, this is a definite possible outcome. No, dude, this isn't how it happens. You fucking guys want so much shit like today. You guys are always not, you guys are never looking you guys are way too fast all the time. It's always like, we should be straight down to zero today, Cap. It's not how the world works. I didn't realize you guys consume that shit everywhere. But like, if you remember 2000, dude, in like 90 fucking 7 and 8, we squeezed 95 to 98. We would go down 20% and squeeze 30%. Get down 30%, squeeze 50%. How the fuck do you trade that? You can't trade it until price goes under the monthly trigger. It's the only way to trade it. It's the only way to get bared up. The only fucking way. Nothing else I can tell you with that. Go on, get your triggers and go look at 2000 and 2008. We didn't drop below the blue line until the actual top of the market. Now, are we below the blue line? No. So I don't want to hear that's the top. You're long until we break that blue line, basically. You have to. There's nothing else you can do. It's hard to say that, but it's true. We could fucking trade 7,500. Like, I don't trust this shit at all. I don't trust the Bears and I don't trust the Bulls at all. Zero fucking trust. I got big fat fucking zeros in trust right now. And where market can go, how high we can go, when the actual top is, all that shit. I ain't believing any of them. I need actual fucking, we're underneath the monthly trigger. We got a new low and everything's racing down. Then I'll be out. I'll be out with you. I'll get bared up for a long time. So we're not there yet, though. We're still not there. It's time. You guys do shits. You guys want shit like tomorrow. I picked the top of the market for the next decade. I'm so rich. It's not how it works. I've never seen it work like that. So, can you position for it? You can. Yes, you can position for it. You can make good money. It's just, it's some people tell you can't, but you can. You can make money, and you can move money too. I'll move money. When you're gonna look for like a bottom in the housing market, you'll make money on the way down. What you don't want to do is be like, I don't know. Some people are like, can I just buy some like puts that are that far out in time? They'll fuck you the whole way. Like you can't when they say you can't make money on a roll like that, what they're saying to you is that you can't buy like a put. What you think is the top, like 2 years out, and it's going to print at the bottom. It's not going to happen it usually doesn't happen like that. Too many squeezes, too many ups and downs to destroy your positioning. So, anyways, then you get the Fed put. You get all kinds of stupid shit. Like that shit could take years. Stay focused on right now. Don't be trying to plot and plan like the top of the market or, hey, cap call the top of the market. None of that shit. You trade what's in front of you for you to make money, pay your day. Just because I'm scared about Tesla doesn't mean that I'm like, yeah, I'm going to short Tesla today. Don't be like looking at price action to correlate it with doom. Separate Tesla price action with economy and sentiment. All different things. If you hate Tesla, you hate Elon, stop fucking saying the stock's going down because you called it. That's bullshit. Bullshit. Stinky diaper. Bad. Don't do that stuff. If you like Elon, don't associate stock price either with Elon good or Tesla good. All that shit's separate. It's just used to sell a story. That's it. Well, yeah, keep on squeezing, baby. Keep on pumping. Keep on pumping it up. Keep on pumping it up. Keep on pumping. All right. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow, 9:30. I just saw John say something about I'm with you on that too, John, with inflation driving prices higher. I'm with you on that too, man. That is another aspect to the deficit too. If inflation rises with deficit coming down, we can squeeze balls off. 100%, brother. Well, not squeeze balls, but if we have deficit flat or down, but inflation rides higher, we can trade slightly up and to the right. I agree with that too. There's more to the. John knows this stuff. A lot of you guys don't know this stuff. I'm trying to keep it simple. Like, inflation is good. You guys look at a 3 month. Look at a 3 and 6 month bills. We're fighting inflation right now. Okay. See, you're circle talking me now. So I've told you this. Trump serious and Trump literal. Wall Street's working against that. If he gets tied up in the fucking Senate or tied up in the House of Reps, this whole talk will go out the window. If he gets his way the last 2 years of his presidency, we got problems. That's true. For the market, at least. Some of you want that to happen. I get it. These are all moving parts. I shouldn't have these talks. When I have these talks, you guys try to squirrel me on shit. I shouldn't have these talks. I need to have these talks more with like a Wolf Richter or a John L. Because these guys know that all of these are moving targets, like are moving ideas that can change on a dime, literally on a dime. And then there's unknown unknowns like, do we go Cold War? We could make up and make babies with China tomorrow. We could get a new president in 2 months. Like there's unknown unknowns. I think Jamie Dimon said that once. Maybe it's the wrong guy, but someone said that. Oh. You just need to be aware of it. That's it. You don't need to be trading it. You don't need to be like, whoa, he said this is happening. You guys need to be aware, or you don't need to, but it's good to be aware of it and understand the mechanics of this stuff. Maybe you'll get bored one day and want to figure it all out or something. I know. It's terrible. I feel bad. I'm with you, Skittles. Then they're like, he said this right here. And I'm like, no, like, we're fucking day trading. What are we fucking talking about? I just think that you guys consume a lot of this stuff and you have the wrong idea about a lot of it. I think you guys are told a lot of things that are in service of a trade. I think Wolf said that recently, like, Gunlock is short buns. Of course he's gonna tell you this and that. You know, like a lot of these guys tell you these things because they want you to take a specific trade so they can make money off of you. They sell their ohm to you. All right, I'll leave it at that. Thank God I'm sober. All right, I'll talk to you guys soon. Don't get all crazy with that talk I just gave you guys, please. I think the pump is only into end of week. I don't think you're going to the moon. I think the hedging is gonna work. We're gonna fade this likely into the second. No one trusts goddamn Trump into fucking the second. That guy, he set this up himself. Unless Trump comes out and tells you this is it, no one's gonna trust his ass at this point. like you need Trump to be like, this is what we're doing. I signed it in an executive order, and now you work with this. If he does that, then the market can price everything in. They can be like, oh, we priced that in. We got to price this in. Oh, we didn't price any of this upside. But right now, there's like, we can't do. We got nothing to do. It's all talk. The whole fucking thing is talk. Like, you can't do anything. That was moonshine. I'm telling you, I have this old shitty bottle that I drink water out of. My kids stole my expensive water bottles. So I drink out of like an old OJ bottle. This is something the kids won't steal from me. I'm left with the shit. I got money. And I'm left with I'm like my father-in-law. Like, my father-in-law is rich, right? He would drink the shittiest beer because all the kids would steal it. Nobody wants my shitty water bottle. It's true. Nobody gives a fuck about old Cappy Cap over here. You guys do. I love you. Thank you for caring about me. You guys have a good night. They'll steal it from me, Opland. They'll take it. They'll take it and lose a lid, cut the lid off, leave it somewhere else. I'm telling you, dude, don't matter. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. They just do it. They don't give a fuck about me. Come get me. Get me out of here, mister.